Okay, I will call to order the regular meeting of the City Council. Stand for the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, I need a motion and a second for the agenda.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Dave and Sarah, any adjustments?
Yes, I have one, Mayor and members of council. I have one related to, I sent it out on Friday with the weekly update, was adding item M1, which is the approval of the letter of opposition to the Starter Home Act bill. And then there was a updated item M from the personnel policy that was sent out on Friday as well. I did also send an appendice amendment today. I understand that we can have discussion on that one, no problem. Do we want to just pull that one item out of personnel?
Yeah,
or
why don't we
consent?
pull
I'm fine with that. Okay.
Yep, we'll pull M out.
Okay, and then I'm gonna put that right after consent. That works for everybody? Right afterwards, yes?
All right, maybe after
Down in the,
consultant updates, before new business?
Okay.
Any other changes?
One other one is that staff is working on an updated job description. We did make adjustments and changes. We can discuss that for the community event specialist
Oh, yes.
position if you'd like.
Yep.
Do you want to pull that one out, or do you want us to just
Yeah, let's pull that one
discuss
too.
it? Okay. Do you want to put that after item M that we just moved? So it'll be
Yes.
item H. Those are the
Yes,
items
yeah, let's
I
do
have
that.
to adjust.
So it'll be M then H. Anything else?
That's all I have, Mayor and Council.
Anybody else? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. And we are on to consent. I need a motion and a second.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Okay, discussion?
I have a minor correction for the minutes about the
Work session or regular?
regular,
Okay.
about the Audubon Society's lights out. It's technically from dusk to dawn, not midnight to dawn. Which is fairly minor in the grand scheme of everything.
I have a question, if Sarah, you're done. Item C, there was no cover page, if you will, to talk about what this actually is. So that's the West Metro Fire donation to the police department, because it says Department's mental health initiatives. I'm just wondering, what does that mean, I guess?
Chief.
It is for our wellness program, upgrading equipment, adding equipment to the gym, stuff like that.
Maybe I should have put wellness program. I was using their terms and I didn't think that through.
No, that's totally fine. There wasn't the cover where we normally give the
Yep,
background,
yep.
so I was just a little bit confused.
And there should have been.
No, that's not a stab at anybody, just, I appreciate that clarification. And then I guess maybe I do have two comments. One, just wanted to thank both Elizabeth and Dean for their service to Dayton. Their resignations are both on here. I don't know Elizabeth very well, but again, thank her for her service. And then Dean Nordness, we're losing a substantial amount of experience, and so just want to thank him for the time and his dedication to Dayton and wish him well.
I would second that.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Go ahead, Dave.
Item F, which is the body-worn camera audit. I just wanted to point that out, I guess, and I'm glad to see that we're doing it. I know there's a state statute that requires this, but it's the first time I've seen one. I know we haven't had them in play all that long, so glad to see that we're doing those kinds of audits and that there were no findings. Marty's hiding back there.
Is there a reason?
No, there shouldn't be. This is just a question, and you don't have to answer it tonight, Marty, but item J, the street sweeping contract for spring and fall. And I'm just wondering if at some point you could let me know what our total spend is on that annually. the bids are an hourly rate, and so that's fine with the direction you're going, but I'm just curious what our historical total has been on that.
I'll find that out for you.
Thank you. And item L, also Marty, purchasing the replacement mower, just, it's a great mower, I have the same one. And, I just want to make sure you were aware that Minnesota Machinery, that was the low bidder on, or the bidder on that particular piece, has got a $750 off program going right now.
Okay.
And I don't know if that applies to commercial or government or how that works.
Right, anyway,
I think
that's
it's
on
state
the
contracting.
Minnesota state bid, so we get a cheaper price than the general public, but I will ask about that anyway.
Ask them anyway, all they can do is say no.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that cheaper than what you pay for it?
No, they have not come down. Yeah, that's all I have.
Anybody else? Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Consent is passed 5-0. And we are on to open forum, limited to 3 minutes for non-agenda items. State your name and address. No council action will be taken, and items will be referred back to staff. Do we have anybody here for open forum?
Question, so I have a comment on agenda item R. Do I get an opportunity on that?
Yep.
Yep.
Yep. Anybody else for open forum? Come on forward.
Hi, guys.
Hello.
Stephanie from Grandstrom,
The duck
We need-
lady.
the duck lady.
We need your name.
I actually have
full
eggs
name
in
and
my car
address.
if anyone's interested. Duck eggs.
We need full name and address.
Oh, sorry, Stephanie Carroll. I'm from Grandstrom.
Okay. Did you put your address down? on
Yeah,
that
I
sheet?
did.
Okay.
Okay, sorry. I'm so good at following directions. I'm here again to talk about not so easy topic. I got your email, thank you. I appreciate it. I've been a Minnesotan for my whole life. I love Minnesota. I love the fishing. I love the nature. I love this state. But things have been tough lately. I'm an RN. I've worked as a nurse for 15 years. I work with kids. I work with adults. I hear a lot of feedback about how people are doing. And I've had family members and people in our community tell me that they are scared to call law enforcement, even in a medical emergency or crisis situation, due to not knowing who to trust. I have high respect for law enforcement and what they do for our community. As a nurse, I work closely with law enforcement in crisis situations, and I'm very grateful for their help. Thank you to all the officers for your service. It's not an easy job. We need to rebuild trust so that people aren't afraid to get help. We have a very serious safety problem in Minnesota and across our nation. It's a barrier to rebuilding trust. There's a higher incidence of ICE impersonators. These are confirmed cases of folks dressed up as ICE and committing crimes. This is happening nationwide, and the FBI has warned that criminals are targeting victims while identifying themselves as ICE and carry out robberies, kidnappings, sexual assault. This has happened in South Carolina, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, just to name a few places. For example, in North Carolina, there's Carl Bennett who impersonated ICE and sexually assaulted a woman. This is just one example. Examples are growing. Online, you can easily buy tactical gear. I saw a tactical vest for $99 on Etsy, I think, and it said U.S. Army on the front. There are also tactical vests on Amazon and Temu. It's not hard to buy. The best deal is on Temu, by the way, if you're curious. You don't need much to impersonate ICE. You don't even need to show your face or identification. Anyone can impersonate ICE, including sexual predators. Anyone who wants to target kids can dress up as ICE. If an ICE impersonator goes up to your kid or grandkids, will they know? Do predators care about ethnicity, race, or of a child, or do they just go after kids that catch their eye? I'm sure all you crime show fans know the answer. Criminals go after everyone. Criminals are opportunists. They prey on vulnerable, no matter if you're brown, black, white. It's all about opportunity. It's all fair game. Kids are especially vulnerable. Imagine your kid seeing a stranger dressed up in tactical gear, weapon in hand, masked, no clear identification, claiming to be ICE. Will your kid know who's legit and who's not? Kidnapping happens quickly. Masks make it hard to identify impersonators. We cannot tell kids that a masked stranger with a weapon and no clear identification is safe. They are still a stranger with no ID and a gun. I cannot tell my kids that a stranger in a mask with a gun is safe, and neither can you. This is not just scary for adults. Imagine being a kid. St. Paul has implemented a city ordinance to require all law enforcement to unmask and show ID. Governor Ferguson has done the same. Has done the same for the state of Washington. Is it best to just tell our kids, grandkids, to just trust any masked stranger with a gun? Should we all tell our daughters and sons tonight that these strangers with masks and guns are safe? If so, give it a try. Go home tonight, tell your kids that masked strangers with guns are safe. Tell them it's okay to not know if they're legit. Just trust them. Go with what they tell you to do. See how that feels for them and for you. You'll have a lot to explain, probably. Mayor Fisher and City Council, you have the ability to address this. Please reconsider. Also, I have a question about flock cameras and who is responsible for approving the contract with Flock. So I'll follow up with an email to get that answer. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else for open forum? Anybody online for open forum?
So if you wanted to speak to open forum, if you use the raise your hand function.
Nada? Okay, we will move on. Staff consultant council updates, Zach?
Yep. Evening, Mayor, members of council. Prior to our next meeting, we will have the Employee Appreciation Breakfast on April 9th, which does include City Council, so that is a reminder. We typically have closed City Hall until 10 a.m. that day. Is that still okay with council to do that?
Sure.
Yeah?
Okay.
Bother me.
Okay. Also, the city's open house is held at the PD Public Works Building on May 13th. That's another reminder as well for the council. Looking to close City Hall early at 3 o'clock, which we normally do. And then does the council want to set up a table? So 2 questions. Can we close at 3 on the May 13th? I know it's a little ways away, but we're trying to game plan. And then does the council want a set table or just walk around like you guys normally do?
I would prefer to walk around.
Yeah.
Walk around?
Yeah.
And you're okay with 3 o'clock?
Yep.
I'm okay with 3 o'clock, and I'm okay either way, walk or sit.
Okay. And then the audit, I just want to let you guys know an update. The audit is in 2 weeks. We have just a couple more items left to complete and we'll be ready. That also is a reminder that the related party questionnaire is due back to me. So if you can get that printed out, I'm happy to print it for you before you leave tonight if you want to fill it out quickly. It's about 6 questions long and it's yes or no's, so it shouldn't be too bad. And then you will see transfer of funds at the next council meeting, which is a very typical item with the audit related to moving funds to cover cash balances. So that's all I got. Thank you very much.
Yumi?
Did you not have an update?
Marty?
Just a couple of updates on the wellhead treatment plant. We've had a couple of minor issues with that, the startup. We had a faulty VFD that we had to replace. It was something that was faulty from the manufacturer, and we didn't find out until we started up the pump, so we had a delay with that. We're waiting on some final confirmation from Minnesota Department of Health for an exact location for an air gap that they've requested to prevent backflow from the discharge into the sanitary sewer point. They want an air gap between the two, and they haven't exactly identified where that wants to be, and we're trying to get people out on site, but it's kind of difficult to get them to visit, so I'm hoping they're going to be there this week.
Seems odd that wasn't in the design.
I think it was requested, but they never identified the exact spot for it. So there's two locations. It could be outside in the manhole or in the actual sludge pit itself.
It was accounted for, they just didn't know where to put it.
Yeah,
Okay.
so they didn't commit to that. And then we've had to add an additional air relief vacuum by the flow meter, which controls the flow of water into the cells for backwashing. We've been finding that the flow meter there is fluctuating because there's a lot of airflow in the water coming in. And so to minimise that, we put an airflow relief valve in there so we get an accurate reading. It's important that we have an accurate reading in there because you either put too much water in there and you wash out the media, or you don't put enough in and you don't clean the media enough to get all the solids out of there. So we had to add a little bit in there to make that work.
Where's the air coming from?
The air is coming in from when the water's pumped in. So
it's not unexpected? That seems odd.
Say again?
It's not unexpected?
It wasn't foreseen to be this much of a problem. There was a potential for it, but we had the plans looked at by a couple of different engineers, and they never identified it as being an issue. Korea recommended this as a good operational point of something to add in there operationally. So that's all I have as an update on that. I'm waiting to get training organised still on there. I'm hoping in the next week or two.
Does this look like it's going to put it out a couple weeks, or
depending on what MDH,
Okay.
when we can get them on site, but it might be 2 weeks. I'm hoping it'll be sooner, but I'm at their mercy at the moment.
Chief?
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. On Saturday, April 11th, and again on Saturday, May 2nd, the fire department will be burning at 15520 Lawndale Lane, roughly between 8 and 4 both of those days. The first burn on April 11th will be primarily interior, and that'll be complete burn down on Saturday, May 2nd. So we'll provide notification to the surrounding properties just to let them know, and then also send out a text alert as well.
Chief? You got nothing? John?
Maybe a couple items that I'm working on a few grant applications. One is for a small area plan for the Old Town Village. The second is for a plan for the city center. So you want to get some input from the council if they're kind of in agreement in working towards this. I'm also working on a grant for a EDA gateway sign. So this would be at a Raintree Plaza. So this is a project that the EDA has been working on for some time. So I'm getting head nods. Okay, keep working away.
Yes to all.
Yes.
Okay.
Jason?
Just a schedule update on the traffic signal proposed at Dayton Parkway by the Quick Trip. Update, the manufacturing of the equipment has been completed. The delivery is scheduled for March 31st, and installation will follow immediately. They expect it to be operational by mid-April.
Cool. That's it?
Yes.
Tim?
I have nothing, Mayor and Council.
Me neither.
Sarah?
Actually, I wanted to follow up on the thing Stephanie brought up, resident Stephanie, not council member Stephanie, sorry, about law enforcement being unmasked and having clear identification. Obviously, this is the third meeting in a row. After the first meeting, I did immediately, the next day I emailed Zach and the chief and said that I was interested in pursuing that. I know we need at least 3 council members to move that forward. And Nothing has happened, so I am formally saying to the council, I would like to move that forward. I think it is not unreasonable for law enforcement. Our law enforcement goes unmasked. Our law enforcement clearly identifies who they are. I don't think these are unreasonable requests, and other cities have done this, and so I would like to have such an ordinance. And so I need either 3 no's or 3 yes, 2 more yeses.
Does anybody have any interest in moving that forward?
I do not, and I'll say why.
Don't.
It's not that I disagree with a lot of things that are being said. I'm no fan of how ICE has behaved here in this state, but they're federal agents, and we have no authority over them, so I'm not really interested in doing a symbolic resolution.
That's exactly what I'm thinking too.
I wouldn't be opposed to having such an ordinance, but I do have reservations on how well I think that it could be enforced. I think is where my hang-up is. But again, Sarah, I'm not opposed to such a thing.
Scott?
I am not in favor of it at all. I don't want Paul or his officers to be in any issues with getting in the way of federal law enforcement, because you're asking them to intervene on federal, and you're asking for trouble.
It's at least formally acknowledged so that we can answer the resident who has brought this up 3 times now and can give a response.
Yeah, Counselor Van Asten, I did follow up with Stephanie today. She's not in the room anymore, but I did follow up with her today to let her know that after weekly updates back and forth, I'd finally get enough answers. I did get enough responses as of Sunday, I believe was the date that I got. So I did follow up with her yesterday or today, I can't remember which one it was, to let her know that what that direction was. And happy to see her here and see that she did acknowledge that she did receive my email today, which is great, but I do appreciate you bringing it up. It's more formal.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Nope, that was it.
I have nothing. Dave?
No, nothing for me.
Stephanie?
I do have 2
All right.
things, actually. I received an email from a resident talking about options for internet providers, and I think this has come up multiple times.
It certainly has.
So it's not a new thing. I also would love to have another option other than what I have, but you have the one. So I did talk with Zach a little bit about it, got some background. I know there was some work that was done before my time on council. So I don't know, like the question was, do we pick that effort back up? Do we, maybe get some sort of a recap, because Sarah and I were both not here when that was done?
Which effort would that be? Would that be the one where we spent about $700,000 and got nothing?
It was 300 and something, and we got nothing.
That was just, yeah, there was more to it than that, but yes.
Yeah, Mayor, members of the council, that is one of them as well. It's discussed with
That was
Councilor
part
Henderson.
of the
That was part of the COVID dollars that we received from the federal government, so that's one of them. The other one is I know that I've updated the council, I think it was in 2022 when we worked with the Hennepin County to get a grant through numerous providers to get a broadband grant. And we provided and tried 3 different times to get a broadband grant. We did get awarded it one time. However, I believe it was in late 22 or early 23 when hyperinflation was happening. And we got a quote from them at one point, went through the process. It took 3, 4, 5 months. Then we went back to them to do it. They said, oh, no, we can't do that for that. Now it's got to be X, Y, Z number. And they said, we can't do it for that at all. So I have worked on this over the time. The cost of that broadband grant was about $2 million, so we didn't receive the grant, but then couldn't actually do anything with it because they wouldn't do it unless it was all or nothing.
Yeah.
At the time, the city council said that we didn't want to put any money into it because it's not something that the city's going to see any, I don't know, it's not really that, they don't see a benefit for it, but there's a process there. But that was a decision made by the council. I think it was in 22 or 23.
Yeah, actually, the one I was talking about was prior to that.
Yes,
And that
2020.
was with the firm and Rogers, and we ended up just, might as well flushed it down the toilet.
Yeah, and all important context that, I was before my time, and maybe even, Sarah in my time, or I guess for me, I just wanted to make sure that we could say that we have flushed it out, and even maybe if you could follow up with me on that and just maybe an overview so I can share that. I don't know if we have any interest of going down that same boat again of looking into it after we've been maybe scorned a little bit twice, it sounds like.
Well,
I just don't know if...
This was at least to get broadband to people that didn't have it at all, not just extra choices.
And the only other change has been like now there's, just for internet, there are cell phone companies that offer a solution,
Yes.
but that doesn't help with cable or.
And my understanding is that's limited to, because this individual had said that, yep, not able to get T-Mobile, AT&T, Verizon. I know I can't get Verizon at my house either. I looked into that. So again, I just wanted to make sure we put it out on the table to see if this is an effort we could pick back up, or again, not having all of the context maybe drives
If the council wants direction, I'm happy to redo the broadband grant. I was working with Philip, was his name, at Hennepin County. I'm not sure if he's still there or not, but I can most certainly kind of repick that effort up. It wasn't a large lift by us. It was mostly Hennepin County and then working with us. So that's why I did it 3 times, because it wasn't a huge lift for us, but it was just more coordination of where does it work, where does it not, what can we do. I'm happy to do that if the council wants me to again. But
Danny would know who that new contact is.
yeah, and I don't know if it's still this Philip. I don't remember his last
And that
name.
doesn't lock us into doing anything. This is just the investigation stage of seeing what's available.
Application, basically. It was application for a grant, then we worked with Hennepin County, and then we would either get awarded or not. It was a state grant. And so the state would either say yes or no, and they said no twice and yes once, and then it didn't work out with the dollar amount. So again, I'm happy to do that. It was a small lift. It wasn't a hard, heavy lift from my perspective. I wouldn't be able to do it probably the next 2 weeks, but maybe after the audit, I can pick it up.
I would appreciate that. Also, as someone who has literally only one choice, I at least have a choice, but I know I am the edge of that choice, and I think.
T-Mobile puts out a very nice hotspot.
Yep. Yep.
Works excellent.
If you can get it, yeah.
Okay. But yeah, I mean, applying for a grant, I think is always a good thing.
There's choices if you look for them.
Thank you for that. And then one other thing, I did have 2 residents reach out to ask about the ladder truck purchase that we've kind of talked about a couple of times here. Their concerns, if you will, were centered around first asking if we had a contract or a predetermined you will buy our truck from Hopkins, because it was the only option that was presented. So the viewpoint was that we only brought forward the first thing that we found, and that there were no other options that were presented, and they were, kind of like were there options behind, the scenes, and I was not aware that we had vetted any other options. So I guess that was one question. And then I think I lost it.
We're going to get in.
Can you answer that one? Yes, I apologize.
Chief, do you want to address that question?
Mayor, members of council, we did look on some online stuff. Councilman Slonk had sent a couple text messages as well as it relates to that. The easiest thing, if you want to say it's easy, but with the Hopkins ladder, no predetermined deals come because it's an online bid, so anyone can purchase it. And then secondly, the idea with that piece of equipment is it's easy to gain access to all of the maintenance records, everything that we have, able to get feedback from 2 different manufacturers, as you probably saw in your council packet from Zach. So that is where the biggest advantage is we have the history. If we go to some other place, we have travel costs involved to at least go view the piece of equipment, and then probably have to go back again, either have somebody ship it or a couple firefighters fly and then drive it back. So pretty extensive costs as it relates to that as well. So being that it's local, there's some significant benefits to it.
Is that the same kind of process, just kind of connecting the dots for myself here, that we went through with the tanker that we purchased? We contracted through Pierce, wasn't it, or another company, right, to find that for us?
We were made aware of it through McQueen.
That's.
So that became available through them, and then that was a direct purchase that McQueen actually owned that piece of I'm sorry, I take that back. McQueen, they didn't really broker the deal because I think we cut the check right to
We did. Right to
Farmington or McQueen? Farmington, right to the city there. So that was a one-on-one or a direct purchase from Farmington at that time.
And was that just the stars aligned and it all just happened to work out the perfect way, not something that they normally would do? And again, I'm just trying to connect the dots for myself while we're kind of talking this out loud.
Yeah. Comes to my head is we typically do reach out to McQueen if we're looking for a piece of equipment. We will reach out to McQueen. We also bought a back truck from them as well, and they took care of us on the public works side of things. So we will reach out to McQueen to see if they have anything, because typically we've had pretty good luck using McQueen, and we appreciate their services. And then they also cover some of those repair costs. Those are like intermediary things that we don't have to then take care of. I know the vac truck, we got some sort of, I think it was a small discount, and or they fixed a few things for us that, we got it and it was like, this doesn't work, so they took it back and fixed it for us without having us pay any costs. So there was some benefit of that aspect.
And when you say will reach out, you mean we have not reached out, or we did reach out and they don't know of anything available?
McQueen, I can answer that. Zach.
Go ahead, yep.
There isn't anything available directly from McQueen, if you will, from a use perspective. They were actually the ones that made the recommendation. Pat Sandin, our sales rep, made the recommendation for the Hopkins one at that time.
That's all helpful context.
We do typically reach out to McQueen if we're looking for a large piece of equipment, just because we've had good luck with them.
Right, and people that you trust their opinions, like, that's very valuable. I do remember the second concern that both of these residents had raised, and that was that the thought that it's only a 5-year piece of equipment, and being concerned that, it was said in the meeting that it's going to be good for the next 5 years, and just wondering if that's a practical decision to spend an amount of money to buy a piece of equipment that we don't anticipate actually keeping for longer term, and then, realizing that, other cities have bought used equipment and had it for longer, and again, it really depends on the equipment that you're buying, but just that the question of, do we anticipate it lasting more than 5 years? And on our side, have we vetted through what the apparatus will take to make it longer than 5 years, what will need to be replaced? Because if we find ourselves in a position where in 5 years we need to buy another piece of equipment, that's not the reason that we're buying it now. Right. And in that 2030 timeframe, that's going to put a large financial burden on us, and that's why we're not taking the new apparatus in the first place. So just clarification for these residents that the idea is not for it only to last 5 years. The idea is to do the necessary maintenance and upgrades to keep it going as long as we possibly can. And I just wanted to make sure that was out in the open at the meeting, and that my understanding is the same, that we won't be thinking that we're buying a brand new one in 5 years.
Do you want to, Councilor Henderson, so this is something that the chief and I both, we do not agree on this one. My opinion is that it should be a 10-year piece of equipment.
Correct.
The chief has said it's a 5-year piece of equipment. I'm going to try to push 10 years, if not longer, to see if we can get some gap between. I know that there is a large amount of things that we need to discuss in 2030 timeframe. I'm aware of those items. Yep. And so, again, trying to get past that, I'm going to call it the hump. Yes. And then trying to figure out what that looks like, and then we can plan after that. So my plan has always been a 10-year plan, and that's what I approach the chief with. You can vouch for me that I said 10 years, and I'd love to see 10 years out of the piece of equipment. I can't tell you it's going to last 10 years. I can say that that's my goal, and I'm just going to use 10 years as a rough number. Doesn't mean it doesn't last 12 and it doesn't last 8.
Right. I guess my real question there, I'm sorry to cut you off.
Nope, you're good.
But my question there is are we buying the correct piece of apparatus if we only think it's going to last 5 years? And we may be more inclined to wait a couple of years and spend a little bit more money knowing that we're going to get over that 2030 hump and that it's going to last us longer. So I guess I'm just wondering if we're rushing into this, and I guess maybe I've just spoke my piece.
I don't, if it's 5 years, I'm out. If we're planning on this thing not being functional, I mean, if that's what we think the lifetime is, then we should not be buying it.
That was
as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. So Mayor and Council, typically if we see 30 years out of a piece of equipment, that's typically what we see in total. So if this is a piece of equipment that's 18 years old, you can expect to get somewhere between 10 and 12 years old, 10, 12 years worth of use out of it, realistically. If you buy a 30-year-old piece of equipment, you're kind of just biding your time. And it's not necessarily the fact that the piece of equipment won't work, it's the fact that you can't get parts for them anymore. The repair costs end up being too much with just those items. We are aware of Anoka Champlin getting rid of a ladder truck on their end. It will be 30 years old when they're done with it, and it will be worth basically iron. And so it's a hard decision. I don't disagree. I mean, it's a lot of money either which way, but if we look at a piece of equipment that's going to last 30 years in a fire scene, is, do you do it all the way through 30 years? And if you do 30 years minus where it's at today, you're at about 12 years. So I just want to make sure the realistic expectations too with any sort of piece of used equipment, you're going to only get max of so many years before it's just too hard to find parts Yeah.
I mean, and to your point, we were not planning on taking the new apparatus until, 4 or 5 years from now. 4 years from now? 3.
2028 was the plan.
I thought it was
believe.
29.
2028.
2028.
Is it 28?
Yep.
Okay, so about 2 years early. I'm just, again, looking at that looming horizon of 2030 and knowing all of the things that are in that year. And a new piece of equipment in that year would be
Devastating.
It would be. I mean, I'm going to play the doom and gloom, but I think it would be, to be honest. And so I don't know. Maybe there's some more discussion to have there. I don't know. And again, I was just saying my piece for the residents that reached out to me and kind of what I've been.
We're having more discussion later.
Yep.
Correct. And I guess I was just wanting to make sure that I said out loud that these residents had reached out to me and then put it on the table so they knew that it was, their concerns were heard. And no, I am done now.
Okay.
But thank you.
It's kind of like a pacemaker. You hope it lasts longer than you.
Is that what you're hoping on? All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
We are then on to item M, approval of updated personnel policy.
So, Mayor, as the council, I apologize about the back and forth here with this personnel policy. We noted that it didn't have the updated changes in the PDF. They got rid of the red line marks, and then we realized that the old, and when we say old, there was a version that was done in December of '25. We updated the June one because the December one was being held by our HR partners, who updated all of the items in December related to all of the changes related to the state and all of the things that we approved in December. So we updated the June one that we had in Word document and then realized it's the wrong one, and that's what went on the packet. It was a little bit of a mess, to say the least. And so I apologize in advance of this, but all of the changes are in front of you, minus the appendice, which was sent out recently. And that was based on a question that was asked of me of what does a fit for duty evaluation include? What does it encompass? I thought it's a very valid question, and I think it was very applicable. And so there should be an appendice that is done for that. And so that was what was sent out in an email today, and the only reason it came out today is because I got the question today. So I'm happy to address questions. And
I know that they confirmed it was seemed only for mental health, but it seems like almost any injury you'd want to make sure that, especially for a physical job, you'd think that there'd be.
I don't know how they do a fit for duty evaluation,
Yeah, I
not
don't-
fightly, not saying that
I
couldn't
just thought
be
it was
possible,
odd.
just,
Right.
I just don't know how they would do it.
This policy is intended to apply to all employees, right?
That is correct. That wouldn't, yeah, so this is not specific to only fire or police. This would be any individual within City Hall or Public Works that were to go out on a mental health issue or leave of absence as needed. We want to make sure that they return and are capable of doing the job, but also that it's good for them too. You know, it's got to be both ways, so.
Do we have, now, this is an issue for paid on call, but for the police officers, does the contract allow this kind of thing?
Contract. Are you talking with union contract?
Union contract,
Yes.
yeah. It does, okay. And we've never had this in the policy up until now.
Not, no. So I can defer to Cynthia on that one. I know that we had discussions with the attorney on, should it be in there, should it not be in there, and it's based on kind of state requirements from my understanding, but I'm going to pass it off to the attorney. So.
Mayor and council, the draft addition to the personnel policy regarding fit for duty, that's not necessary. The staff would work with the HR consultant and just follow state and federal law regarding the requirement to perform that type of evaluation. You wouldn't have to put it in the personnel handbook.
Did you say you wouldn't have to?
You don't have to.
So why are we doing
No,
that?
sorry.
So it was to address the concerns of the council from the November meeting and wondering about the policy or the process.
Does state law define the process? Who can require?
Who requests a fit for duty?
That would depend on the circumstances. It would be, depending on the individual, what the ailments or the injuries are, and that would determine what the fit for duty actually is. So it would have to, in order to do a fit for duty, you'd still have to comply or work within the parameters of state law and federal law. So even if you didn't have this in your personnel handbook, you could still do it, if the right circumstances were there.
So this doesn't dictate the process, it just says if you come back, you get one.
Blanket statement. It's a blanket of if you leave on a mental health related
Right.
reason, then it is a blanket statement, which I think is the issue that I'm having with the policy, is that I find it, I'm going to say, it borders on discrimination in my mind to say that if you have a heart attack, you can return to duty and we're not going to require you to do any sort of fitness test. But if you leave on a mental health, which mental health covers a broad range of things, including stress, blah, blah, blah,
Yeah.
it's all defined under ADA guidelines. But you are automatically, then, you have to do a fitness for duty, which should be based on your ability or our concern that you cannot perform your job duties, and it has to be based on business necessity. So I guess my issue is if I cannot get behind a policy that singles out one specific injury. So in my opinion, I would rather the policy said something about, again, if we don't need the policy to be there to do the fitness for duty anyway, but if we wanted to just double up on it, to say something like the city may require a fitness for duty evaluation when there's an objective job-related concern that an employee may not be able to safely perform essential job functions consistent with business necessity. Because that hits everything that it's supposed to be and doesn't mandate that just because of one thing, you have to do it. Because I, again, have concerns that we're not complying with ADA requirements because mental health is underneath that, and there's very specific things, and I think you're going to find that we're going to get in trouble. But that's, again, my
Does the
interpretation.
state statute that you're referring to specify mental leaves, or does it specify anything?
No, it would just be like a medical exam. What we're talking about is a medical exam.
And are we talking about the same medical exam, fit for duty, mental status, or just a general physical exam to make sure you can do the job?
Well, it's the Americans with Disabilities Act that would really dictate how and when a fit for duty would be done. We'd still have to, as the council member pointed out, there's requirements that the employer or HR would have to meet before one could be ordered.
Requested.
You can't just do one to do one. You have
Right.
to specifically call out what job functions you believe they cannot safely do. Either they're a threat to themselves, to others, or they cannot do their essential job functions. You also have to, well, there's a whole other thing. But I'm just saying that I don't think that this policy as written complies with that. And I think it leaves us open to more issues instead of saying we may require a fit for duty, because then it's up to us to prove or say, this is why we're doing it, this is what we're concerned about. And then the fit for duty would be justified, and we wouldn't be violating statutes, ADA, all of that kind of
That's
stuff.
what jumped out at me. That's why I was kind of surprised HR came back with that.
I was also surprised.
But then again,
Here's where I am on this thing.
HR actually recommended not putting it in the policy. It was staff's understanding.
Yeah, so Mayor and Council, that was based on trying to address the concern of the process, so that it's designated and written out versus being up to arbitrary decisions.
No, I
And
understand
that's
that.
the reason why it was put in there. That doesn't mean that the wording is right. That's not
Yeah.
necessarily what we're trying to get across.
Yeah.
It's that we are trying to identify and hear the council when you say you don't trust the process, or you want to know what the process was followed, and you want to know what happens and how was it determined and whatnot. That was the reason for the language being put in the personnel policy, was to address the council's concerns. And it wasn't necessarily trying to say that we're trying to pigeonhole and say we're going to do it every time, or and we're happy to address language. There isn't really a great way for us to have a conversation with the council about what language should go in there. More or less just put it out there, and then we can have a conversation about it at this meeting, like we are doing currently. We can remove it. This was specifically to address a concern from the council. And know that we are listening to the council.
well, and so the arbitrary nature is scary to me too. I would almost rather see something that says always, except this just says always for mental health. That's what struck me.
Sure.
Because, if Joe Blow goes out because he's got, carpal tunnel and he's got something else going on, and suddenly he's going to go back to work, it just struck me as odd that that's not,
Sure.
that's not looked at.
We did not vet any other options or anything
Yeah.
else. We, like I said, just strictly looked at, we understand the council's direction, we understood the request that was made.
Yeah.
We're trying to address it
I understand.
as an go by pieces. We didn't look at every other option, every other thing that could be done there, and valid point, Mayor.
Well, and I have a firsthand, my sister blew out her knee, and she's an ICU nurse and tried to come back after surgery, and she physically can't do it. And so she just can't. Her knees doesn't hold up to a long day of doing that. So to your point, like, it's not just mental health, there are other things that may make it that you just can't do whatever job you used to have anymore. So I would also, if there's going to be something in there, it should be, I kind of like what Stephanie was saying there. It needs to be on us to, well, okay, first off, it shouldn't just be mental health. If it's going to be in there, it should be for any reason. Second, it either needs to be everybody all the time, always, which seems like a lot of work, or there has to be an explicit, to Stephanie's point, there is this explicit concern we have.
Very clear concern.
A very clear concern that has to do with your job, like, your job requires lifting 50 pounds. You hurt your back. We need a doctor to say that you can, in fact, safely lift 50 pounds because we don't want you to get hurt again when you come back to work, right? Like, but then it would be on us to say, like, this is the explicit thing that your job requires that we want a doctor to say, yeah, you're good. And so, but I'm also fine with it not being there. I appreciate why it's coming up.
We are happy to remove it if
Yeah.
that's the council's direction as well. Like I said, it's just to address the concern.
I think that if we're going to do these, then it should be in the policy. And that was my comments back to you, Zach, that if we're going to address this, I mean, this is intended to be read and used by employees, right? Understand it, sign it. And if we've got tricks in our bag that we're not talking about in the employee manual, I'm not good with that. So if we do this, we have used this, right, in a few circumstances, and I think it needs to be described and explained in the policy so that people aren't like, well, where did that come from? Now we've got new rules here that I'm being subjected to. And that's why I would like it in there. I'm not saying that the wording is exactly right, but I think that we should address it if we're going to use it.
Can I piggyback on what you just said, David? This is the policy, right, which is supposed to lay out, kind of what's going to be done. So I agree with David and Dennis that I think it should be in there, different wording, and not specific to mental health. But I also have, there should be some direction on who is responsible for determining what job-related functions we're talking about, and who determines if it's a business necessity. And so I don't know who you leave or whom you leave that burden, if you will, on, but I do think that if we're going to do this and we're going to ask for these types of evaluations, or if somebody blows their knee out, like, can you walk on your feet, we should have a clear path to who is responsible for coming forward with those things. Is that John comes to you and says, hey, this is what I'm seeing, and then it would be the burden is on, the city administrator to say, yep, that warrants this, or no, it doesn't, and we talk with the lawyer, because I struggle to leave it open, and then no one is actually responsible for the burden of proof, if you will, to say, yes, these are the things we're concerned about, and move that forward. So I don't know how it's done now.
So, I mean, now or then?
What do you mean now?
So-
What does that mean?
So we have adjusted processes in this.
Oh, you have? Okay.
Yeah, we've adjusted internal processes throughout this time frame of getting HR on board. She's not in the room anymore, but getting HR on board to actually get them up to speed. And then, as we go through things, it's, oh, this came up, okay, this needs to be addressed. Okay, oh, this came up, this needs to be addressed. Amy and I work consistently together. Okay, that process needs to be updated. Oh, that process needs to be updated. And department heads are learning things. Historically, within the city of Dayton, we have always had department heads do HR work. I'm not saying that that's the right process, but that is historically what we've had here in Dayton, because we have not had a designated HR professional and/or person that's been designated internally here to do those HR processes. We do have that now with Abdo, and also Amy is our designated in-house person for HR. And so those processes have been, that's why I asked now or then, because the difference between then and now, well, a year ago, the process was different than it is today.
Correct, and I think
And
that,
it's
for me, I want that spelled out. I'd like some sort of language of, it needs to be brought to
So, Mayor, Council,
so-and-so.
what I would recommend is, I work with the city attorney and Abdo, and Amy, sorry, to include us. And then if you want to send your language, Councilmember Henderson, to us that you have requested or suggested, I think it's great language. And then we can table this item.
Yep.
And then bring
Yeah.
it back, so I'd look for official action.
Any motion to
That's
table?
exactly
Do
where
you
I was
want to
going to go
address
with
any
it.
of the other changes?
Yeah, do you guys want to address any of the other changes? There
Or
was,
do we want to bring them all
we
down?
talked about the fit for duty evaluation, which came directly from Abdo. That was sent in an email today. We'll include that as well. And then there was two other updates, one to match the union contracts with the comp time, and one to address the, when we're doing the drug testing with its and/or now versus just an and.
And can
So
you, I'm
that
sorry,
one was,
I'm
I'm gonna
tracking.
pass it on to Amy, so.
Okay, so when we went through the personnel policy, not
would've been in
December,
June.
but in June.
Yeah.
And we spoke in length about doing a drug test after an accident.
Alcohol drug test.
And the language, from my understanding, the council direction was that, yep, if someone's vehicle needs to get towed, or if someone seeks medical care, in that event, we would do that. The language in there had citation and the word and. So we're requiring a citation to be given and a vehicle to be towed instead of and or. So my understanding is it should have been an or, and it just stayed that and. So I just wanted to make that correction if that's.
That's the other.
It literally is just swapping the word and for.
It's
or,
and
although
slash or.
It really should be.
Yep, so a lot of times, there isn't necessarily a citation given, but there are times where we might want the ability to do a drug test, even though there wasn't that citation given.
Those are the other two updates.
I thought it was accident or, yeah.
It was accident
Right,
and
but the
citation, I believe.
language in there was just kept and.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to be clear and for employees to know.
It's and slash or.
And that's the only change?
That's,
That is
that
the
change,
only
and then the
change
comp
related to that.
hours change, which matches the union contracts.
But it does require a citation.
Currently, the way it
Currently it
is
does.
accepted and written is it requires a citation.
Yep.
That was not my understanding from the previous conversation that we had with council.
In June.
So it just never got corrected.
Well,
And so
otherwise I
all current
don't,
employees signed it thinking that it's,
And, not
And.
and or.
I don't know how though because if there's no citation, what would the or be on, what would the prime?
so if a vehicle got
injury-
towed
Accident.
or
An
there's an
injury treated
injury
away
that
from
you
the
need medical
accident or
attention.
required towed vehicle.
I think the point was, is the council at the time didn't want to do it if you backed into a dumpster, accidentally kind of thing, where there really isn't much damage and no one was hurt and it was an innocent accident, not necessarily raising concern. But I think there is some,
Concern if there's a tow.
if there's injury or vehicles
Injury,
getting towed, that's more of a insurance claim and
No, we have more of a concern. So those are the two other changes. The council, so, yeah, so at this moment, what I'm looking for, Mayor and Council, is a motion to table and
I'll
then.
make a
We'll
motion to
table.
table it.
I'll second.
I'll give that to Scott and Sarah.
Oh, Stephanie, it
Or
doesn't matter.
Stephanie.
I'm on board.
Okay, any more discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Oh, sorry, that was just to table it, so
Yep.
it's tabled. And then we did item H.
Mayor, members of the council, so this item came up as a conversation piece because there is two required areas. There was lots of conversation back and forth with what's preferred and not. This job description was written by our HR firm a couple of years ago. I don't know how it wasn't caught at that point, I'm not sure, but there was no questions asked, so we put it forward. We are looking to update things based on the preferred or whatever, so I don't know if we want to, or the council is okay with approving it, pending us sending out a new job description. We don't have all the changes made, we're trying to adjust it to say what's actually a minimum of what do we actually need to, when we grade applications, we want to make sure they meet X, Y, Z items. They need to have a driver's license, they have to be able to clearly write and speak effectively. Like, those are minimums, and I don't know how we'll work through the minimums, and then the preferred qualifications would be the other things. So I don't know, there needs to be movement around in the whole job description in total, so.
And there was some duplication of
Yes,
like.
duplication of items, so
Just
I
worded
appreciated the
differently.
the comments made by the council. I don't know, again, we didn't catch it because it was written by our HR firm and we just moved forward, so I don't know at this point what to do. I'm happy to take direction or conversation, I don't know. We'd like to get this thing posted, that's the one thing we'd like to do though, is because the longer we wait to post this, it's 3 more weeks, which means we no longer have a community event specialist for 3 weeks on the backside, which we don't have one currently, and I'd like to get that addition.
And when we say part-time, what are we talking again now?
32.
32 hours.
With benefits.
Prorated
just,
benefits.
I don't want to go there.
yeah, I didn't like it back then, but I just,
Right now,
hard time believing it.
right now, I cannot believe that it's more than a 20-hour-a-week job. And in 20 hours, I'm saying 20 hours stretched.
Sure. I'm going to point to Marty as the current supervisor. for that
Especially
position,
this
so-
year.
So,
We got nothing going.
I know that Elizabeth is, when she was working here, she was running a lot of different programs. And it's not just the outdoor events, there's stuff going on at the activity center. She organizes all the staff events too, and as well as rentals of the city, the activity center coming in at weekends to check that the things are cleared between back-to-back events. So there's a lot of additional stuff that goes on other than just putting on summer events. So I know that when Elizabeth was here, she used all 32 hours that she was here. With Kelsey running it now, she is underwater at the moment with what we're trying to achieve. So we're struggling to get summer acts booked and stuff like that. So it is a bigger role than I think that you really understand it being at the moment. I can understand where you see it, but there are a lot of other things that go on in the background to make those events happen.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead.
I believe it was last meeting, or maybe the meeting before, we had given staff direction to go out and to find a sort of consultant to help with some of those advice with those events and that. So is there a way that we can kind of, are we duplicating work? And right now, it's not anything negative to Elizabeth at all, but is it possible that while we're going out to look for someone to fill this position, that maybe that becomes not necessary? To where we're looking for someone with that experience and those things that we're looking for in that consultant. I'm just making sure that we're not doubling up on work or, again, 32 hours is not a ton of time once you start like working on things. But we're willing to put money potentially towards both of these things. So I'm just wondering if maybe we could roll them all into one. And so we're not duplicating that. And I don't know, is it that the pay range is not in a area where we're going to attract somebody who would have those qualifications? Or I guess I'm just wondering, are we doubling up on this? And is there a way to marry them together? And so we're spending one time and not a potential consult of variable, I guess.
Well, the job description should have, to me, covered that, and that's why I was kind of alarmed at that request, because that's what these people do. And now, and then, it was being asked to spend some of the budget, the recreational budget, on more consultants.
Are we competitive in our pay range? Do we know what other cities are paying for like and same work? Like,
I think that we've been competitive for the one role that for the Elizabeth's role, because the people that we were getting in from there, and we've had some good people, weren't specifically trained in that, but they had some background in it. Either they did it as a college class or something like that, or they've got some experience putting on events and stuff like that, smaller events. So that pay range is appropriate for that. If you're looking for somebody who's going to come in and put on big events, they generally run a company of their own. There's a lot of people like the Sue McLean agency, for instance. Those people have got the contacts and they know all the people in that business to put on those bigger events. They know how to put those on. That's where the difference is between the two roles, I feel. The consultant would be pulled in when we need help with specific things, and they would only be used for that. Or the sponsorship that we talked about, which is another big area that we haven't tapped into yet, and it's kind of difficult for the city to approach businesses in that way. But for an outside third party, it makes it easier for them to consult for us. So I think the two roles don't mesh up very easily, and I think that the consultant role would be able to train, give some training to the person that we bring on as the part-time position. So I think they're two very separate things.
I'm going to push back a little on you, Marty.
Okay.
I know, I'm sorry. We're talking about like sponsorships and trying to approach businesses. Is that something that we could partner with our EDA? I mean, they're business owners. That's, I'm sure they would be happy to give us contacts or, talk to people to help with that. And I'm not trying to say that I love our city events, don't get me wrong. I have children, they love them too. But I guess I'm just trying to make sure that, is our pay competitive to get the right kind of person that we need? Because like maybe this is what I would like. And someone else can either tell me to pound sand or back me up. But I would like to take this job description back and to figure out what pieces would, if one is the pay competitive for what we're looking for. Because I think what we're thinking is we would have one person to do all of that. That person should be able to do the things that we need and not have to have a consultant come in and kind of band-aid it all up. If we're paying you to do a job, you should be fluent and you should be able to do your job. And not saying that Elizabeth couldn't. I think that our expectations have increased after the wonderful events and the things that we've had. And so I would like to see somebody in there where we wouldn't need to have an outside consultant to come in and help here and there. Or we contract the whole thing out and we don't have somebody in-house. I think those are kind of the two options.
I'll say I'm okay with this position. I think we have more events going on than necessarily any one individual might realize, because if it's not an event you're interested in, you kind of forget about it. I don't have kids. I'm not going to the Easter egg hunt. Doesn't apply to me, but going to other things, so people with kids know about the kids' activities, people who are, I went to the cribbage day, right, because that was whatever. So I think there's enough activities, and I think it's a demand of our community to have more activities. And so I'm okay with the position. I'm okay with part-time, 32 hours with benefits. I think that's reasonable. I was on the fence about the consultant in the first place. The bigger question was there even someone who could do that? We didn't know the cost. So I'm still open to hearing what that would look like. I'm not for or against it. I don't know enough about the consultant to make that judgment call. But as far as this position, I think it's warranted. I think it is needed, and I do think it benefits the city. The actual job description needs to be tweaked for obvious reasons, as discussed, and it might be worth putting in some of those things that we felt were in the preferred, this is min quals, and preferred would be someone who might have some of these contacts or some of this experience, or that might be in the preferred. And Stephanie, to your point, that might tell us we found someone who checks all our preferred boxes, and when we offered them the job with the pay, they said no, thank you. And then that'll answer our question of, are we in the right pay range for our preferred set of skills, right? So I'm okay with the position. Moving forward, and as far as timing wise, I don't necessarily think we need to get into the weeds on the exact job description. I feel like we've given you enough guidance to get that job, like, to make the tweaks to the job description. I don't necessarily need to see it come back to me, because we do need to get this person hired. So I'm okay saying, yes, you've gotten our feedback, and then the whole consultant thing can still come back at a later date, and we can, at that point in time, say yes or no. That's where I'm at.
I guess there's nobody left, so I'll say something. I'm actually okay with the position as it's been described. I think that we have, we started out with the idea that the community is grown enough that we should have somebody like this. We should have community events. And we have, not gone from 0 to 100 on this thing in one step. We've sort of inched our way closer to redefining the role and also getting the right person to try to implement it for us. I'm not clear on why Elizabeth is leaving, and that's not the important part of this. It's that we need to continue this journey. I think we need to continue to work on this. I don't have a big problem with the consultant related to big events. Most organizations farm that kind of a large event planning out anyway. And is that, if that's going to take our persons all of their time to pull that thing off, then maybe that's not the right use of their time. And so intermittently, I think that those things make sense. But the position itself, I think we, again, try to find the right person and fill it.
Okay, so it sounds like three of us are okay with that. I also agree that the job, I think we've given you guys enough direction on the.
Mayor and Council, we will follow, we will send it out just so you have it. That way you know what's going on, but we will make I'm going to guess numerous changes to that to make it align with what we're seeing and some of the preferred qualifications and stuff that we got direction on tonight.
I'll agree that we need a person.
We do.
Without question. I want to see some results.
Yep.
I just don't see the results. Like this year, we got nothing going. I mean, we got the Easter egg hunt and the teddy bear band, that's it.
It's only March.
I don't think that's accurate.
Yeah, there are other things that we're working on. It's slow.
Well,
and then to Councilor Slonik's point, I did mention him, sent an email, but this individual, or Elizabeth, has been out since December.
Yep.
And so we have not had this position for 3 months. And so we have been covering that position for 3 months, not knowing. So there is more than, there's more to that story than just we haven't been doing anything. So I want to make sure that's clear as well.
I guess my concern is that
there's
we went
Holly
from.
Dayton, there's the pumpkin walk, there's,
those are in the
there's
fall.
multiple
Open house.
events that just aren't being listed right now.
But we went from 0 to halftime to full-time in like 3 years. And
then back to halftime. And then,
what do you mean back to halftime?
3/4 time.
so you had
It was
0,
only full-time for
and
a
then you
while.
had a position that was halftime that did the front desk and activity center. Then you had full-time activity center, and then you had 20 hours.
Yep, and
So-
those were prior.
So then,
Yep.
we've bounced around,
I
so
don't
it's
know.
not only gone one
I could see
way.
that money being better spent with a full HR person, but whatever.
Well, if we have all these events planned, let's get them in the communicator.
Yeah.
Like, let's get so that we have the whole agenda all going on all summer long. Everybody knows what we're going to do.
The whole calendar.
Instead of all of a sudden, 3 weeks before the event, we're going to advertise something on Facebook.
Okay, so
Noted.
I guess
Thank you.
I do agree we need to go out for part-time. I just disagree that it's a full-time, and I would consider 32 with benefits full-time. But okay, I need a motion in a second.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Okay, any more discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
I don't like the benefit part. I mean, you might as well give them 40 hours.
Yep.
Get all
That's
you
a
can
great
out of
idea.
them. Huh?
I will say no at this point, so.
Okay. So we're back on off schedule.
Yep.
We're on schedule.
Luckily, the item N's been,
Yeah, Mayor, members of council, item N has been requested at table, so that's what we're looking for tonight.
any motion in a second?
Motion to table it.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say no. That is tabled.
Thank you.
On to item O.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a concept plan for Dubay Lake Preserve. This is a large area of 257 acres, generally north of 117th and west of Fernbrook. That's generic geography here. Within the packet, there are two concept plans that are included, one for 453 units and the second for 478 units. Both of these projects are single-family, well, combination of single-family homes and apartments. The critical items on this is 117th Avenue, north-south road corridors, a community park, and a neighborhood park and trails. I'll go through these each one, and please interrupt me as you have questions. Should back up a little bit. With the concept plan, these are intended, generally speaking, there's less detail with this than you would expect with a preliminary plat. There's no action on a concept plan. There's no approval or denial. Each council member is asked to provide their individual opinions and recommendations. One council member can say they like A, and the next council member can say they do not like A. And it's up to the developer to interpret what that means and then come back with a better product in the form of a preliminary plat. Okay. So again, this 257 acres. This is kind of a drone photo of, I like to think of it as Mr. Rogers' neighborhood, or we have Brayburn Trails that's on the right side of the photo. Again, we have concept 1 and concept 2. This is intended to be zoned for R3, which is for single family and townhomes. It would not be a planned unit development.
John, R3 and row homes, did we specify lot width at all? Or, it sounds like this qualifies, but what did we put in there?
There's flexibility with R3. Kind of the intent, I'm going back a little bit before my time, the intent of the R3 district was to replace PUDs. Didn't quite work.
Yeah.
But with R3, there is some flexibility with that.
Okay, so there's none. It's basically, it becomes a little section of PUD is what it is.
Similar, yes.
Okay, so there is no requirement. You could build a 8-foot wide, 30-story on a 10-foot lot.
Close, but yeah. Yep, no,
I just wanted to...
I understand what your point.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
The first item is the sewer staging plan. Part of the western portion of this project is in the 2020 plan, and then the eastern is in 2030. So the sewer staging plan is part of the comprehensive plan, and just for anyone that's not familiar with it, a comprehensive plan is a 20-year guide of how land is going to be used. We update this plan every 10 years. With the sewer staging plan, the intent is that it guides what land is going to be available for development within what decade. So 2020 means somewhere between 2020 and 2029. It does not necessarily mean today. So again, when we make the sewer staging plan, we can try to do our best to estimate the number of acres that are going to be consumed within a 10-year period within a reasonable amount, and try to match that from conversations with landowners of when they have an intent to sell. And if everyone said they wanted to sell today, there's still not a market to develop the whole city. So there's a little bit of an art form with that. So again, as it applies to this project, the western portion is within 2020, the eastern portion is in 2030. Is the council supportive of a comp plan amendment to move this whole area into 2020?
What's the percentage of the land that's in each?
I can only guess that it's about 2/3 in 2030 and 1/3 in.
So most of it's in 2030.
Yeah. So just.
I mean, I can see on the map, but I'm just scale can be deceiving. So.
So John, I did have a question regarding that. My understanding was we have to pull land into current, period, regardless of how it's staged.
That's been my understanding too, although in conversation.
So we'd have to pull 2030 into current, or that 2030, and that 2020 into current.
That has been my understanding, although in conversations with the Met Council, it seems that we've been more restrictive than the Met Council in this, so.
Shocking.
They consider 2020 as current.
So anything current, anything that
Except
says
it's not.
2020, as far as Met Council is concerned, is current,
correct.
whether we call it current or not.
Correct.
Okay. But 2030 would not be, even though it's only 4 years from now.
Yes,
And by the time this thing gets there, it would probably be 2030.
could be.
Well, depending on,
We have opened some 2020 land.
Yeah, so for example, Southwest Dayton, south of 94, I mean, that is guided as 2020. You know, as the council's aware, we've got current projects that are, that have been proposed for that area.
Yeah, isn't part or all of Riverwalk 2020
Yes.
land?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what I thought.
Yes.
The entire thing, Councilor Fashion, the entire
You
thing
can
of
say-
Riverwalk is 2020 land.
Yeah.
And we just had made the motion to move it from 2020 to current. That's based on our interpretation of the sewer staging plan. But yes, you are correct.
So we would be moving 2020, like, land into current and 2030 into current.
That is the question. Yes.
This one.
Well, another thing that I would like to understand better, there was a comment made at the Planning Commission that we are running out of lots. And I don't know how, you know, what that's based on, but I'd like to understand that better.
Sure. I couldn't answer that specifically. I think at the Planning Commission's comment was that we should have at least a 1.5 to 2 year supply of lots. And I believe we're good on that. I think we have less than a 3-year supply.
Yeah, I didn't know where that came from either. Because last I checked, we're red line.
But
Yeah,
yeah.
okay, well, it came up, and so it was, I
You know,
just needed to
And some of
hear
this,
more about that.
some of this stuff we also juggled a little bit about 5 years ago. And I don't remember what part we juggled around, but it may be that this was 2020 at some point, but got bumped or vice versa.
So just geographically, I think where we're growing and how we thought we were growing are two different things. I think the assumption is we're going to grow, you know, that along Dayton Parkway was going to expand much faster than it has, and we'd be growing, you know, north along that alignment, and that hasn't been the case. We've been growing more along the Fernbrook alignment.
Councilor Fashion and Mayor and Council, we did send an update out to you guys at the beginning of 2026 on a Word document called Lot Inventory through 2025. We currently have 357 platted lots available with no permits pulled, and a total number of lots awaiting final plat approval is another 245. So we're 600, give or take. So just an FYI, and so to address your comment or question, I do not have that as of today. I just have it as of the end of the year. That was done in 1/9 of 26 when I sent the email. If you do want to reference back to that.
What does this do for us? For or against? If we open more 2030 ground, and there's other landowners that want us to do the same for them, are we obligated to do that?
No.
I know we're not obligated, but
I think if we do decide to do this, you could make the argument that it's key to that 2020 line next to it.
okay.
I mean, if,
Councilor Slanik, are you saying that there's precedent set? Is that what you're trying to use as
See,
the word?
that's where I'd be going with it, because I know a particular landowner that asked us to bring his 2030 into current.
Yeah, I'd refer to the city attorney if that is a precedent item, but.
Mayor, Council, I don't believe it would set precedent. The comprehensive plan is a policy document, and it's the council's decision.
Okay.
That said, any change to your comp plan would have to go to the Met Council, so I don't know what comment they would have about moving land from different stages, but it is a policy decision.
I mean, I don't think we're in a hurry to do this. As you said, we have more than enough lots available in this moment. And so, my bigger thing is, have we figured out our roads yet? And until we have figured out our road plan, I don't want to do that to me has to happen first. We have got to figure out what's happening with the bridge and with our long-term road plan, and that will determine, is 117th going to become a very busy street? I still think we have a bigger issue with our overall citywide road plan. And again, if we were short on lots, sure, but we're not short on lots. So there's no pressing need to open up land to build on. And I think the bigger issue is we got to get our roads figured out. And until we do that, and we've got some pressure from our neighboring cities about some of our own infrastructure. I just think we've got bigger things that we have to deal with from an infrastructure standpoint before I would feel comfortable saying yes or no to more homes. I think we got other things we got to deal with first. So I'm not in favor of speeding this along.
I think I'm in the same kind of boat with you, Sarah, where everything that you've said is kind of what I was thinking about. There's considerable water, issues, I won't call them issues, but things we need to figure out. The road, the transportation plan is a big thing. And then not to mention just the stress on our resources. We're already having a hard time servicing this area, and I don't think that adding a bunch of more homes to this area is really going to help us in terms of our emergency services. I think it will add more of a burden onto our neighbors that they're already telling us they're taxed. So I am also not in favor of pulling any part of it up to 20 or to current.
Yeah.
I have some of the same questions regarding that. It's, we have to go to the Met Council for a comp plan change. I understand that. It doesn't sound like it's necessarily precedent setting, but it certainly opens that discussion, I would say. And while the Met Council generally only cares about the sewer piece, I am wondering, what does this do to us from a water demand? I know that area is Maple Grove water. We're into some discussion with them on how we continue that contract, or if we continue that contract when it expires, which is not for a while yet, but I think because of the implications of doing something different, it is kind of now. So I'd like to understand how we're, where we are with that. I think the city got itself in a bunch of trouble a while back when we had pretty much land office kind of development going on, and we almost ran out of water. And we, so where are we at if we needed wells, or do we need to change things with Maple Grove? I guess in this context, it's Maple Grove water. Does that force a water tower on us? What other costs are associated with this change that wouldn't be covered by development fees? Of course, the fire piece you already touched on. We've got some challenges in that area anyway. But what I don't dislike the development. I think it's the area that's being developed, and seeing that progress along seems like a natural thing. I'm struggling a little bit on the 2030 piece of it, which is a pretty good chunk of it, so it probably doesn't fly without it. I think that planning for a larger area like that makes a lot of sense. And maybe when Tom comes up here to talk to us, if he does at some point, that he can talk more about this, but how this thing would be phased. I mean, we're in 2026. There's nothing happening this year. By the time, is it going from west to east that it would be built out? Would there be subsequent divisions in this thing that don't get addressed until several years out? I mean, you're not going to build 270-ish homes in a year, so does that play out? And we're actually into 2030 anyway, and it's kind of a moot point. That I don't have all my questions answered that I can give a firm answer on that one yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like this development better than the other. I did not notice any 40-foot lots.
Well, the row homes will be.
The row homes will be, but that's still a question.
But yeah, I agree with that. I like this concept one a lot better than DCM. Only because the average density is, and I know that my council wants this to be in the comments, but I like this. But I don't like, I'm not sure I like pulling land in, and, it does seem like we have plenty of volume. I don't want to get into a situation where we were at a few years ago where we had suddenly 400 or 500 homes. And staff was driving themselves nuts trying to
Building them, I mean.
Yeah.
Yes.
My concern is the issue about opening up more 2030, just because we told another individual no.
I will say to the point of the development, I do I like this plan. I'd love to see this happen here. I just think we have a few other things the city needs to do before we can handle the residents. But the plan itself, I'm happy with. The road obviously has to get figured out because that will change that piece depending, and I think that goes back to our road plan will dictate which one of the two options makes the most sense. But as far as the overall development, I do agree with both of you. I like it. I just would like to put a pin in it until we get our ducks in a row.
I've got a number of questions. Would you like me to come back to this, or?
Yes.
Okay. Second question is on the north-south corridor. So as the council was aware, in the 2040 comprehensive plan, we had the X pattern as what was discussed. That was changed or amended in 2023 into what we refer to as the H pattern, and where you have the north and south corridor, which is Fernbrook and Zanzibar. Well, Zanzibar and I'm going to use Zanzibar and Maple and Dayton Parkway kind of interchangeably as being the same corridor, and then the east-west corridor of being 117th, 121st, 125th, and 129th. And some of these roads don't exist today. The question here on the right is the former X pattern, and on the left is an idea of running a diagonal road kind of connecting Fernbrook to the Zanzibar-Dayton Parkway corridor. This question was asked on what the Planning Commission thought of it, and the answer was they wanted to remove the X, but also move it west and have more, I'm going to say predominantly a north-south corridor, but that was also somewhat diagonal that would generally connect the city center to Fernbrook. And this is kind of, and I'm saying very generically as moving traffic from northwest to southeast and vice versa. The purple dashed line, again, these are just intended to be fat lines on the paper. There's no science with it. It's just an idea of trying to get from point A to point B. The Planning Commission also suggested that this be a parkway that goes through the project. And to try, I've got the comments of having a parkway further west as well as trying to divert traffic from Fernbrook and towards Dayton Parkway. So any reaction from the council on this?
Yes. I agree with their assessment.
So, and this is where I go back to, we need to have our city road plan figured out because that dictates this. And I don't think making a decision about like such a key thing for the entire city in and amongst a conversation about a development is the appropriate order. We're not just putting the cart in front of the horse, we're putting the luggage on the ground, and we don't have a cart or a horse.
I thought our transportation plan did have a fairly fat line right there. When we made that change with the X, I thought we had done something up to what we would have called 121st.
Yeah, so 100, and it's hard to see on this drawing. 121st, this is 121st as it exists today, and then the squiggly line is a possible
Can you go
corridor
back
for
one map,
121st.
John? Can you go back one slide, John? There you go.
Yeah, there.
Yep. And I thought we had put something in there. Maybe we just talked about it and didn't, but from roughly where the crossing is, pretty much straight down. I thought we had something already kind of.
Yeah. Mayor, I don't believe you put in that much detail. I think it was more of connection points east-west, like you mentioned, and then just the main corridor function because we ended up calling it the H pattern just because of the way traffic would move would be kind of more east-west and north-south. But I don't believe we had another, in that amount of detail. There might have been discussion on it, but it never made.
Yeah, it might not have been a big enough deal to put it in there, but I'm pretty sure we had discussion.
Well, and I think, we don't know if the bridge is happening, right? Because we have to do the environmental study. And if that thing comes, well, first off, we don't know that it's going to happen. If it gets bonded, then it has to go through the process. And then we may or may not, they may say, you can't put a bridge here, period, end of story, and that kills everything no matter what. Or they could say, yeah, you can put a bridge here. But that will dictate how busy this possible Zanzibar is. If there's a bridge over the Mississippi, that's a much busier road than if there's not a bridge. And if there is, that will dictate the intersections, that will dictate the speed, that will dictate the width of the road. And then also you have the curvy one, which is still on this map, only it's not in purple anymore. It's like, is that there in both plans? So why is it still there in both plans if it's not there in both plans?
When you mean this curvy road, do you mean 121st?
Yeah, because you have it called out in purple here, but when you go to the next screen, it's still clearly there. It's just not purple anymore.
The GIS we had to.
Okay.
There's a reason for that. So the Planning Commission questioned whether we need 121st connection to Fernbrook. And the reason why is there is a large wetland complex on the west side of Fernbrook, so the assumption is there's not going to be as many homes here, and it's some difficulty at trying to cross this to get to Fernbrook. Staff believe that 121st or the east-west connection is critical to moving traffic from West Dayton to East Dayton.
And I think the other question is, like, are these roads just for the people living in this particular subdivision to get around, or is this to get people from Ramsey to Maple Grove?
Well, the Parkway would do that.
The Parkway's gonna do that, yeah.
And this was supposed to be a smaller parkway in this development, or at least that's what the Planning Commission suggested. And I think Jason didn't, when we talked about this, I think 2-3 years ago, I thought MnDOT did have some transportation numbers if the bridge goes in versus not, and I don't remember them being that, other than the Parkway, I don't remember there being a big delta.
No, not as big as I would have expected.
Right.
Okay.
There was some high-level projections done by SRF when the TAZs were analyzed. But yeah, it didn't jump threefold or anything.
Okay.
I mean, there was increases, but it wasn't significant.
I'm glad that you were also surprised by that, because that makes me feel better about being surprised by that. Okay. That makes me, so can you go back to the one, so, because there's also what we want people to do and what their Google Maps is going to tell them to do. And they're going to do that whether we want them to or not. And as someone who has on more than one occasion been like, I don't think the people living here want me here, but this is where Google Maps tell me to go because it's the fastest route as far as they're concerned. I do think we have to keep that in the back of our minds as well. Even if we want it to just be for this, we're going to have to put things in place so that it is in fact. We're going to put squigglies, annoying ass roundabouts that no one else likes. But like, if we genuinely want this to be just roads for the immediate residents and not cut-throughs, we're going to have to be very intentional about that because Google Maps will not care. They will send people on the fastest route that they have calculated. But again, that goes back to why, like, overall idea, I'm happy with it. I think we need to do a little bit more homework on our end on some of these things.
I think the road that you guys were talking about, this, to me, this rings a bell. Comparing this straight across.
You're talking 129th extension.
120.
Yeah.
That's the 120, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's 125th.
No.
No.
You're talking about at the top of the curve?
That's
This
129th.
is 129th.
Or, sorry, 129th, yeah.
That's coming right across. That's
There's a
still on
wetland
there.
problem there too, but it looked like it could, yes.
That was discussed.
That was
It was
discussed.
never put in the,
Correct. It was never.
that was never put in the plan, but I know that one for sure was discussed, yes.
Yeah, there's that giant in the way.
And so you'd have to go either probably to the north of it, but it would still make sense because that would connect up Zanzibar to 120.
Can't go to the
What do they
north
call
because
it?
that's a bird preserve.
Huh?
You can't go to the north because that's park reserve.
Yeah, it would have to go,
Yeah, we'd have to, I guess we'd have to,
It's got to come
yeah,
down in
I
through
don't know.
here.
yeah.
Back up there.
Yep.
Yeah. Sorry, we went in the ditch, but
So there were two concept plans. You have Concept Plan 1, Concept Plan 2. Concept Plan 1 has two north-south corridors, one on the west side of the property, one on the east side. Concept 2 just has one on the west. I guess kind of where I'm trying to go with this question is there a need to have a north-south corridor along the east part of this project?
east?
I'll call it the eastern half.
Yeah.
So again, this is one, the eastern north-south corridor, or the first north-south corridor, and then the second north-south corridor,
To me, more so to the west.
the west.
I think you want to push as much traffic that way as you can.
That was the recommendation of the Planning Commission.
Yeah.
I don't know where you went to. I hit the button and now it's. Sorry.
Way to go, Zach.
And again, like, there are several questions, so we can come back to this, and I'm assuming that opinions will kind of evolve as we go through this. So again, this is, we have the 121st, possible 121st, the possible Zanzibar connection, and then the north-south corridors.
I don't think they would need to.
I would push as much as you can towards the parkway.
Okay. With discussions with the Planning Commission, they kind of came up with this, again, it's a fat line on paper of having a diagonal that doesn't quite connect to Fernbrook, but it gets closer. It's pushing traffic from Fernbrook towards the future city center. The Planning Commission had discussed the idea of having a higher density residential along Fernbrook and 117th, and then townhomes next to that with access that goes through from this project into the higher density area versus having direct access onto Fernbrook.
So all the people in the high density would have to drive through the townhome community to get out.
Correct. And that's to decrease traffic congestion on Fernbrook.
How,
Any other reactions to this?
I don't think that makes sense.
Isn't there in that concept, isn't there a third access to 117th? Am I just not seeing it? It's kind of between the two. Does that go away in between concept 1 and concept 2?
There would be two access point, I gotta look at the actual drawing again. There's two access points, we'll call it on the east. It's a little different between option 1 and option 2. This lines up with, I believe it's Minnesota Lane in Brayburn Trails, and then I can't think of what this street name is. So they would align with existing intersections. This looks like a street, but it's actually a ditch.
Oh, okay. Is it a ditch all the way up?
Yes. Well, yes, all the way into the wetland.
Okay, so that's not a road at all.
Correct.
Got it.
Oh, that one.
Okay, and keep moving?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Parks and trails. So again, this is a large project. It is within the search area for a community park as well as a neighborhood park. Just orientation, this is Dayton Farms Park, or otherwise known as Area 21. This is the power line corridor where the intent is to have a trail along the power line corridor. This is 117th where the intent is to have a trail on both the south side and the north side of the road. The staff is recommending a trail around Dubay Lake as well as around this wetland complex, kind of creating a loop. This is a 9-acre parcel which the city purchased in 2024 for either a fire station, a replacement of Fire Station 2, or potentially for a park, and then I'm identifying this area as a possible location for a community park and/or a civic campus. And so questions of what is a civic campus and what is a community park. A civic campus, generally speaking, would be the replacement for City Hall, as well as anything that you can imagine that would be fitting for City Hall. And that depends on the size of the city. It could be anywhere from a post office to a community center to many other things. In discussions with the Planning Commission's recommendation was that this was not the most appropriate area for community park. It was too hilly. Would be a good location for a civic campus with the fire station. They also suggested having interconnected trails that did not run along major roadways. So of having, I'm going to say, more of a recreational experience of going, whether it's through backyards or along wetland complexes, or just not necessarily right up against a street. There's also a discussion, in one of the concept plans, this was the north-south corridor. This is kind of a narrow peninsula of high ground of possibly putting in a neighborhood park there. So I need reaction on this.
I'm not sure we need that many neighborhood parks that close together. I'm fine with the civic campus. I'm thinking of something like Maple Grove. They've got the library, police station, fire station, city hall, post office, kind of all right there. I'm okay with that. I think that this would be a reasonable location for that, particularly if that's where the parkway, that's going to be our big major north-south connector right there. So I'm okay with that. We already have kind of the piece of land to go into it, right? So we've kind of, I'm okay with that there. And it also has the lake acts as a buffer between what would be kind of a busier area and a residential, we have a natural kind of barrier there. So I'm okay with that. I'm not sure that necessarily, I agree it's a little hilly to put soccer fields in. We'd spend a lot of money flattening things, so, but.
Yeah, it does. There's going to be a lot of natural areas, so I don't know that we need to load it with parks.
Yeah. And Elm Creek Park Reserve is right there as well, so I don't necessarily think that we need that many parks right there, but.
The Park Commission also looked at this, and I'm get confused between what comments I heard from Park Commission versus Planning Commission. I've got it written on here as a destination park, and what that means is, it's not necessarily a sports park. It's something that's different than anywhere else in the city. What that means still has to be defined, but it's not it's more than just a playground, and it's not a sports field or sports park.
Mayor and Council, Destination Park is similar to Elsie Stevens. Has something else there. It's got another feature there that would be not just a playground. Yeah, something that makes it unique. That's a great point. So Destination Park would be that. Elsie Stevens.
Wasn't that a ways back kind of discussed more as around the French Lake area? And I know we didn't adopt that city center plan, but
the north side
further to the west of this.
Yeah. Yep, it was brought up at that point too. So, yeah, so to Sarah's point is we need to do a better job at planning long-term. We're looking at this area because it's close, or we have sewer access in the near future than in the city center, which is, I believe, guided for 2040 for sewer. So it's kind of a question of when is there a need for a civic center? Is it, say, within the next decade or the next 1 or 2 generations?
Though I love the idea of a destination park, I think as we're discovering with Elsie Stevens, they're very expensive. And we already have a lot of giant costs looming. And so though I would love to have 2 destination parks in our city, I don't know budget-wise, we can handle financially to pay for 2 destination parks in our city, at least not in the near term, right? Long term, sure, but,
You may be looking at 2050 or 60.
well, that's what I'm, like, for the park side of it, but the thing is, we need a city hall sooner than that, and we're gonna need a fire station sooner than that. So if we wanna earmark it as, in 2050, we can do something here, I'm fine with that, but I think realistically, we're not even gonna be able to do what we wanna do at Elsie Stevens. So why we would add another, we can't afford 1 dream barn, why are we trying to build a second dream barn? So is my question there. If you wanna hold out a spot though and be like, well, when we win the lottery, we'll build the second one here, I'm down with it, but practically I don't see how unless we stumble into Maple Grove money, I don't know how that's happening, so.
And as it relates to this project, and part of it is just saying, okay, in this case, this project only includes the eastern part of Dubay Lake. And so what's proposed on the plan is a trail that would go around the lake on this project, and kind of what we're saying or as staff is that we'd like to continue it on the western half as well.
Yes, that I'm fine with.
Yeah.
Go for that.
And I think once we look at moving any sort of development activity on the west side of that lake, we can work that in there, but I think both of these areas are going to get trails, even if we do nothing, because the developers are going to want trails around those things, because they would be an amenity. So
I guess another question, this was a few council meetings ago where the idea was brought up of snowmobile trail. This was also discussed at the Park Commission. Is there an interest or an intent of having a snowmobile trail along the power line easement? And I would say there's mixed opinions on it.
it's always going to be mixed.
Always.
Even if you ask for horse trails, it's going to be mixed.
Yep.
I'm for both.
So right now, I'm interested in the 5 of yours opinions.
From a personal standpoint, I would like to see us maintain snowmobile trails in this city as long as possible. I understand from having lived in another community that grew up and built out that there's a point where it no longer makes sense, but I don't think we're there.
Once your snowmobile trails get within 50 or 100 feet of the house, and they're no longer there.
I mean, as someone who has a snowmobile trail right by my house, they're loud. And they're kind of, I will tell you, they get annoying when they go by all day. Like when, the moment it's like the weather's just right, it's just constant. And it's constant. So I respect people's desire to snowmobile, but as someone who has them going past my house constantly, they do get kind of annoying. And once they get, you get more people who get kind of annoyed by them, we're going to hit a point. I'm not opposed to them. I'll say horseback riding is a lot quieter.
It is, but you have just many people
But
who
then you have
don't
poop.
like horses
Yeah.
because they're environmentally not friendly.
They can't, depending on the trail and how it's all.
I just say everybody's
Yes.
got opinions on what they don't want in their backyard.
Yes. So, that being said, as someone who would like horse trails, I can get behind the snowmobile trails if we can support each other in those goals. I'm down with that.
One's in winter, one's in the summer.
Yeah. So, so I'm down with that. But yes, to the point of at a certain point, no, they do go away because they are loud. And people like to go real fast. So, and I'm right on the straight stretch. So.
You're on the fun stretch.
I'm on there just waiting for them to hit a tree stretch. It's not my.
Cars go by pretty fast, too.
Cars do, yep.
They are not the same kind of sound, I'll tell you that. So,
If we can preserve it, I would like to.
And I'm going to say why this conversation is important is that I'm going to say a horse and snowmobile corridor, trail corridor is going to be much wider than a
Biking or-
bike trail
yes, yeah.
corridor. Because I think the idea is you're going to have some kind of a buffer where you don't have neighbors' dogs that are running up against the horses.
Yeah.
And,
Little
you
distance.
don't necessarily have to see the snowmobiles.
if we can, I would like to keep those.
But it's gonna come down to that 100 feet will put another house in there.
Mhm.
So that's what's gonna happen.
Okay, other questions about either of these concepts or comments? I know at the Planning Commission, there was a discussion of if there's any preference for attached townhomes versus detached. The Planning Commission didn't have an opinion.
I loved my attached townhome. If I didn't have a horse, I would be back in my attached townhome, so, but that's just a personal preference.
Yeah, I don't think I do.
I don't have a strong feeling about it, but I thought I heard at the Planning Commission meeting that HOAs and insurance for the attached types were sort of defeating the purpose of a cheaper housing option. And if that's really the case, then I would probably prefer the freestanding.
I don't have a preference.
I think you got a definite, whatever.
Definite maybe, beautiful.
And we do have the developer that's here.
Yeah, come on up.
Good evening.
Name
That'd be
and
my
address.
name, yep. Tom Dean, 11261 Fernbrook Lane, Dayton. So yeah, I think just listening to everybody's comments, so transportation, I think is a big topic of this round. And I'd like to leave it at the end, because I have thought about this and some benefits that could help. But I just kind of maybe first wanted to go through just some of the smaller items. And so one would be, like on the density, there was a little talk at the end on the townhomes. I initially had villas in the whole project. And I looked at, I think we're a little high on the 257 on the acres, but if you went to the far eastern part, which is the Lee property, there's probably a third of it that's wetland. But even taking the wetland out, I mean, we're just a little bit over 2, to the acre. And I know we were here and we had the discussion and about DCM farms, right? And I feel like this is, where DCM Farms was, I mean, it's close to 610, right? If you want traffic, if you need density, you got to get it to your road. I feel here that this piece, the density fits real right. Somewhere, I don't know, wherever the planning you guys decide, there's some city center that's going more to the center, and this just drives more traditional neighborhoods. So one of the things, if I came back, there is true that the expense of insurance on the townhomes is becoming a lot more expensive, and so it may be that if I came back and there were all villas in place of the townhomes, what would everybody's opinion be? If it really even matters.
I don't have a preference either way there. The main issue that I think we need to come across is, do we make you wait until 2030, or do we go ahead and go with this thing?
Yep. And so I think as we look, and so as much about planning, right, and thinking forward. So we first looked and just said, hey, we'll develop the 80 acres along Dubay Lake. And then, I could have came in and did that plan and maybe laid out something as a full, what we can add on to it. To me, it just seemed, my family's got the land just to the east of it, and then you go east of that is the Lees, which Brad and Bob farm, and they have developers from, you name it, California, Texas, everybody calling them and thinking development. I said, it just seemed to me that it would make sense to do some planning, just the oversight to see, because we're not that far out. I think it's hard to say on interest where it's going to go. I don't know the lot count, but it seems like 650 is high to me what's open, because I'm counting going, a lot of the stuff is what I'm doing, then a lot of the stuff is, there's some little bit of Pulte off East French Lake Road, and then there's Riverwalk, But either way, I think it's just about looking at the whole overlay. And so it also does a couple things, is somewhere all that area is going to have to be put into a lift station. That's just natural how the design is. And it would run, we're planning to put a lift station in right in the corner, that'd be the northwest corner, the northeast, of the Dean property, the northeast corner of the Lee property. And somewhere in this area here is some of the lowest all around. So we for a long time planning, I had my engineer look, we're all the way down practically to my Aunt Marlis's property to see would that lift station, would that drainage be able to service, you'd want to put that in and make sure that services that whole area versus just thinking to do just a little spot temporary. So it seems to me like it was a little bit of discussion on utilities, right? So water, right, that's a Maple Grove thing, however you work the sewer. I think that's a spot that really looks and addresses a lot of the future. And it eventually, right now, we haven't developed out all the DCM farms, but that's where that would pump up to, which we do have already. It's designed on the north side for the sewer all to go there anyhow. So it's tying into that. So I do think it solves some issues, or I don't know if it solves issues, but it helps complete the plan for the city long-term on sewer. The other thing then is the parkway, and I just threw two concepts in there. I really think they'd probably be the best to line up with the existing right-of-way or roads on the south side of the property through Brayburn. But the only reason I had one that was designed a little bit to the east, and I think the reason is to the east where I have this one. The wetland isn't that big in between, but there's a lot of trees. So the wetland's only probably this part, not this whole part. And I'm just looking for an opinion. If you go over to like Maple Grove, the Nottingham Parkway, it drives through the trees. It's a lot of natural spot, right? I don't care either way. I mean, you could argue, hey, the aesthetics long-term is a lot nicer. Could be, it doesn't matter. That's where I'm looking for your opinion on would there be, some advantage long-term. I do see moving it westerly with more traffic would make more sense, but it was just a thought if something, how, does the drive make it important, right? Everybody's coming, it'll be a neighborhood collector, but do you want to drive through and look at the back of a lot of houses or go through the middle of some trees? I do think the other option going further west, I think now we're driving a bigger road that's closer to Dubay Lake, which will just address, some nicer aesthetics. I think it should probably run somewhere more in the middle if you don't want to run it to the east, and probably would run, maybe it's something like this along the parkway and back over so it curves, and it probably makes sense to run some of it along the parkway because there aren't going to be any houses fronting that. So, or the parkway, the power line, excuse me. But I could easily concept that,
I was thinking parkways on the other side.
Yeah, parkway. Yeah.
So that, for me, that one would depend if we want to put the trails under the power line to connect various things, then I wouldn't want a roadway right there to that point. But so that my biggest thing is affordability. Whether it's a villa, a townhome, whatever, we have to have some actual options that are affordable for first-time home buyers or even people downsizing, right? Like your kids have gone off to college and you don't need your big house anymore. So as long as, whether it's a townhome, a row home, attached, detached, villa, as long as you got some affordable option. That part, to me, it's not which of those products it is, it's what are our affordable options within that community.
When you say affordable, are you talking 5 or 6?
That's a different question,
Yeah,
which is insane.
And so I would say that's where I came, right? And we
Yeah.
talked a lot of discussions on DCM farms, but I do think, right, you go into a city center or something, you're gonna have more density. You know, I'm looking for these to be a little bit higher up houses here,
Okay.
right? But it's not the whole city. I think the parkway with a little curve, how it would work in a trail. I'm seeing this parkway more of, you know, like you go through Champlin or something. There's trails there, right?
Okay.
So this is, you know, I don't know, Jason, but is it a 30, 40 mile an hour speed limit type? You know, it's not a large or a high speed parkway. But I guess just on the question, so kind of got the density of the parkway, you know, do you think it needs to be a connection or not? You know, run north to south. But that could be, you know, a little bit of the help there. But I think, you know, some density is less on this one. I just, you know, and some of it's tied because it naturally fits when you get along Dubay Lake. They just naturally need to be bigger lots. I mean, those are half-acre lots there. And so then just tie to half-acre and try to throw, you know, a small one across the street just doesn't fit. And I think it just gives a good mixture into the city.
I like it. My only challenge is what do we do with the 2030 issue?
Yeah. And so the last really quick part I'll put to, and I think I'd agree with the Planning Commission, I don't think any there on the the west side of the lot, you know, maybe like whether it's a destination park or a big civic campus. So, I mean, it's a very hilly terrain. It's beautifully wooded, but if you're going to clear that and you want to put big buildings on, it's not the same, you know. So whatever you do in the plan, I think that would be, you know, there's a lot of open cornfield around it, you know, that I wouldn't, you know, suggest to have city buildings and knock everything down. There's probably spots not very far removed from it that would work just fine. Which then would lead back to kind of, I think, leading in to moving into the 2030 and talking about the plan, and I think that ties in to transportation. So, I mean, a little discussion, you know, I think if you guys pick a line today for the bridge, we're talking 25 years, right, for the state. So when you guys decide to put the interchange in the warehouse, I mean, you've already decided that 125th and 117th are the roads, right? Because there's nowhere else to go. I mean, and so you mentioned the Google Maps, right? People come up, they cut Fernbrook, they go over to the freeway. It's the shortest cut, you know?
Yeah.
And so tying back to the DCM farms, we're talking about the roundabout, you know, although, you know, I'd like to see it built sooner because I'm committing to the money now. You know, it's discussion, what do we do with Rush Creek? What do we do with 117th? And I think that's one of the things is, you know, to move up, you know, I don't know a specific dollar amount, but maybe there's a way to help contribute to a roundabout. The other thing is also in this design, you kind of just see the road, but we're giving the right-of-way on the north side of the road for, you know, to be wider. There will be some turn lanes that would go into the two, you know, existing that are Brayburn right now, those existing neighborhoods. And that's why I probably think it makes sense to tie on the north side that same intersection. So there's some turn lanes and can, you know, reduce traffic. But, I mean, I think it's immediately now, right, with the river crossing that, you know, maybe this neighborhood, you know, that road's going to get a lot busier whether there's one house built on it or not. So, but maybe it helps to bring that roundabout sooner.
I guess I just have a comment, Tom. I like your neighborhood. I think this is right for the area. I'm on board with all of that, but I think where I'm struggling is something beyond your control. or something you're not going to be able to fix for us. I think for me, all of the things that all the issues that we brought up, all of the infrastructure, all of that, I think to pull this in from 2030 to current would be irresponsible, to be honest, as far as us being able to service this area. You know, I'm thinking you're adding this many more people, this many more homes, and fire's already having a hard time getting there, and we're supposed to build that station in 2030 or 2031. I don't see us having the funds to do that, and so I think that unless we do something with that issue, I think it's irresponsible of us to add another, 453 or whatever it is units in there. So I'm not against this. I think that it's right for the area. I just don't think that we've gotten our ducks in a row enough for me to be comfortable pulling it into current.
We haven't. We don't even know what kind of ducks Maple Grove is going to hand us with the water.
That is as well. So again, I think I like it. I like the more space. I like the units. I think that it's right for this area.
It's perfect.
It's perfect. I don't say perfect because that's like a buzzword, but
it's close.
No, I'm 100% behind this, but I just think that there are things that we have to sort out. Otherwise, we're not doing the people that we're going to put in this community or this development justice, and we're not doing ourselves any favors.
Is this more of a 27 or 28 project?
Well, it's definitely not a 26, right, for
Right,
sure.
yeah.
And so I think this is going to be a while. So you look at, when we started Sundance Greens, that was 2018, right? We're not built out yet in 2026. Some of my, maybe just to be, not argumentative, but just looking, maybe it's irresponsible not to look at it right now and think, right, your plan, because you do have all the road issues. We already have another plan. I mean, we could make the sewer flow the other way, but that is only handling, 70 lots maybe. Does it make sense to take it all into this lift station, add some, and help the long-term payment? There's just a lot of things, right? The lift station, you do have the water, and I don't, know what's going to happen there, but there is 1/17th, right? It's still going to, that intersection, like I said, Google isn't going to go away, so.
Any other questions for developer?
I don't have any
I think the best thing is, I think we all like the development.
Yeah.
I think it's just, we're
Timing.
sitting on for a little bit and waiting. We got 2-3 months without any issues, I believe.
Yeah, I think the one thing, if it's a EAW, the other is, the other option is, hey, we just take the 80 acres on the far west and go with that today, and know that it's concept and it's laid out to do,
The rest of it.
the rest of it to fit, and
I don't have a problem
and can
with that personally.
work through that.
How many
you know.
units is that?
I want to say it was only,
That's the stuff just right on the
It
lake,
just-
right? The two,
so it would be this line.
These two squares right
yeah,
there.
that's what I thought, yeah.
I want to say it, because if it was 450 total, I should know exact, and I apologize.
It's okay. Rough numbers.
It's 100, it's not a third.
So is there a world where we move forward with that smaller piece in lieu of the whole thing, but knowing that you'll be back to see us very soon for the other part as we kind of get our
Yeah, and I
ducks in a
think
row?
these pieces, right, could come in and just, we could come in and say, hey, yeah, let's do this and worry about 2030 when 2030 hits. But, I do think it would be good to have a, continued conversation to see how it all works together,
I like the planning, for the whole area, and it's unfortunate that it crosses this imaginary line, but that was my question earlier in terms of, how you stage this thing with the different additions. If you're not going till next year at the earliest and then, beginning to build, could those additions flow to the east and, make this 2030 thing not an issue?
Well, I think it could. obviously anything can work, but I was wondering on the planning, I think if interest does drop, there will be a lot more demand on the lot count, where by 2030, maybe it's out, but I'm not sure. I thought it was like 2028, you have to amend your.
Yeah, so
31st.
from just a practical standpoint, it's going to be spring 2028 where we need to have a draft of the comprehensive plan completed and then adopted in December of 2028.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, so yeah, what I mean adoption is that we have to approve a plan by December 31st. Doesn't mean it has to be fully adopted by Met Council, but we have to have a plan
Submitted?
to Met
A
Council,
rough
which means we
draft.
have to have it through approvals here at this
Okay.
body by December 31st of 28.
And that's kind
And
of.
doesn't mean,
loose,
again,
too.
it has to be approved by then. There's goods and bads to having it done by then, too, so.
Well, to me, maybe it seemed to work, and maybe it's, it's really split off in 3 parcels, so maybe the centerpiece is a 29 or something, you know what I mean? It's, to move, but instead of coming in 29 and asking them, I just thought that, let's look at the bigger picture of everything and coming forward now, so.
Yeah, to me, everything west of that blue line, the blue row of houses, you can kind of plan on that. Even the blue line is still in it.
Yep.
Scott, are you talking about the ditch here?
I think he
No,
means
no,
those
no, on the
houses
west side.
themselves are actually, in the
All
map,
them-
they're blue.
All them blue houses.
Darker row.
Yeah.
You go over about an inch from the blue house, that's the 80-acre parcel.
Yep.
Well, and for me, I think, we have a question about Maple Grove water. That's what we have right now, but we don't know that we're staying on it. We're investigating that. And if we go off of that, we might, to Stephanie's point, I think that is a giant question mark for us.
Giant question mark.
And if we have to do our own thing and have to come up with water towers, they're expensive. And I think that's the part where I'm a little hesitant to be like, yeah, let's move forward with it. If we choose, for whatever reason, to not continue with Maple Grove water and we have to do all of this water ourselves, we're going to be in a
Well,
fix.
And, I mean, that's true. But, each one of these has a connection fee too, that will go into.
That will help. But that goes into our calculation as well. And it's like, having this is great because this also helps us with our math and say, okay, well, if this does go forward, this is how much money we would get that would go, and then maybe we could afford a water tower sooner rather, whatever. But that's today, right now, can I say yes or no? No. I have too many questions I need answered before I could say yes or no.
But, and I appreciate that, and that's why I think we're here, right?
Yeah.
Because it might be, hey, the math of these homes, we need to do a water tower, and I don't know what happens. I'm not really following up on the Maple Grove water, but is the Maple Grove water, all the existing homes there, they aren't gonna serve those either?
No,
And then,
it's
or
our
just
contract.
anything
It's
new?
our contract with, we may or may not continue our contract with
Yeah.
Maple Grove
Yeah.
Water.
It would be, either or.
Yeah.
Not a line that we won't go north of, or at least that's the discussion that's happened so far is,
Okay.
what happens if we go off of Maple Grove water entirely? Or we're going to be contributing in some way to, to their capacity and to our needs for fire suppression and so on. So I don't think I think it's an either or. I don't think it's like, this is the new line and we're gonna go north from here on our own.
So would there be, if I come forward with the 80, but on this, is there any other information, things you guys would like me to provide? Just even looking over everything on the whole big picture, or?
All my questions are infrastructure, which are not in your,
right.
so that's where I'm at. I mean, if you would be like, hey, if this can move faster, I will put money towards a water tower. But the infrastructures are my hangups, not your design. I have no problem with. There's nothing within the designs that are making me pause. It's all infrastructure and us figuring out with Maple Grove what's happening with that water. And until we know that, and that is a huge, giant question mark, and we don't know. It could be either or, both, combo. We're supposed to have another meeting about that soonish.
Mayor, members of the council, we have not heard back anything at this point from
Okay.
Maple Grove. We need to follow up again with them. So we did follow up, was it in January or February, Jason? Can't remember which one it was, somewhere in there. And they said that they're still evaluating things and haven't got back to us at all. So we will follow up with them. I have a reminder as April 1st.
Okay. I
Not
knew
as
it was
April
coming
Fool's
up.
joke, but as an item to follow up on so that I will hopefully hear back from them. And then our plan was supposed to be in April or May.
That's what I thought.
For an update. So again, we'll poke them again and see if we can get an update from them.
So yeah, that'd be, but still probably something a year or two figuring out, or sooner than that, you think?
Don't know, it really depends on what they do. I mean,
Yeah.
if they go soft water route, we're in trouble, for many reasons, but.
Yeah, so this stems related to a conversation that Maple Grove is having related to softening the water.
Yeah.
And so that really is what's hinging on us making a decision on what we want to do, so. And again, with us being serviced from Maple Grove Water, our contract ends in 2035 or 2034, Jason, you remember the?
35.
35?
36.
Okay, so it technically ends at 36, but 35, we better have a.
Well, yeah, we can't wait until 36 and then
No,
decide
sooner
what we're
than
doing.
We should probably know earlier than that,
Yeah.
too, so.
33 or 4.
Or
Or now.
Or now.
Now, like now.
Yesterday?
For reasons like this, we
Yep,
want to know
right.
now so that you can plan and we can plan.
Yeah, you don't want to pay for, help them pay for a treatment center if you're going to unhook from it. I
Exactly.
get it.
That, yeah,
Hefty
that's,
price tag.
and that's what I'm saying, like, that's not something that you can
Right,
help
not
us
my
with.
decision, yep.
But from a plan standpoint, I like the plan, but we had this meeting already planned to follow up on the water issue in April or
April or
May.
May.
So we will have hopefully some better answer for you after that, I would assume. Well, hopefully, we would all like a better answer so that we can
I
make a
don't know that we'll
plan.
have the answer yet, though. at
But-
that point.
Yeah, all that stuff takes time.
Yeah,
Is this 80 all in 20?
yeah, the 80 is in 20,
Yep.
yeah.
And just as a reminder, with the level of the concept plan, I'm going to say, there's still an expense on the developer's part to prepare this. To go to the next step for the preliminary plat, it is a huge expense of going through preparing an EAW preliminary plats and all that. So part of the intent of a concept plan review is to get, I'm going to say, any concerns or oppositions out in the open so that the developer is aware of it as soon as possible, so we can decide whether or not to invest in the preliminary plan. So these are good conversations.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We're only an hour. Okay.
Who put the times on these?
Makes me
Item-
sad.
Item P.
Not sure what's taking you so long.
Amy,
Thank
you know us.
I'm not
Mayor
sure
and members
who's
of the
taking
council,
this.
item P is French Lake Industrial Center 6, otherwise more commonly known as Graco. Graco has essentially 5 parts of this application.
Make a motion to approve.
Amendment to the planning unit development, a preliminary and final plat, a conditional use permit for a commercial or industrial use, site plan review, and a conditional use permit to exceed 50
John,
feet in
John.
building height.
Okay,
I'll make a motion to approve.
We got a motion.
Any second?
I'll second.
Okay, discussion. No questions
So
for
there's-
staff? Okay, go ahead.
A couple of things that we are approving with this. One is the building height increase, correct? And there's something about trees, and then could you recap? I know that we had some discussion on this building when we were hoping to not be competing with Rogers for it, and so we didn't do a lot, but there's some forgiveness of fees. Can you kind of describe what that is?
Sure.
Yeah.
So on the building height, there's 2 parts to this. Within a shoreline district, there's a building height limit of 35 feet, so as a PUD, there's flexibility with it. Does require a conditional use permit. There's also a conditional use permit not outside the shoreline district to exceed 50 feet. So the building, I believe, is about 50 feet tall plus a 9-foot screening of rooftop equipment. So the total height will be 59 feet and a few inches. So that's the short explanation of the building height. It is a 3-story building, just to be clear about that. On the fee forgiveness or fee credit, and I don't have a slide for that, so The direction that the council provided, and again, we were competing with another city for this project. The direction from the council was to credit half of the fees up to $200,000. There was not clear direction on how those fees would be divided. Staff does have a recommendation that's in the resolution of how, I'm just going off of memory, so we're having 0 fees for transportation fee as well as, I believe, stormwater.
And stormwater,
And then the reduction of the other fees that are associated.
Yes.
They would still pay full trunk fees that are associated with the building permit. But the credits that we're talking about are specific to development fees.
Thank you.
Did they ever, I know this is discussed a little bit, but I don't remember what happened, about putting some sort of a wall actually in front of the utilities on the roof?
I think that's what these pictures are showing.
Like
the
That is what they're doing.
Okay.
Yes, so the
So they
screening.
do plan on, we didn't, go ahead.
Oh, the screening, actually, it cannot be seen from the street view, so this is more.
Right.
And I don't have a good picture of it, but should be a picture in the packet.
Yeah, Mayor, they are going to be putting some sort of structure in front of them so you don't see those utilities on the roof.
I know they've done solar panels on their other buildings. Is there any plan to do that on this one? I didn't pick that up in any of the drawings.
Applicant can answer that question, I guess, but staff does not know, so that would be an applicant question.
Okay.
They are here and available if you'd like to have them speak.
Yeah.
Mayor.
It's not a deal breaker for me. I was just curious.
Are you good?
Yes.
Any more questions for staff? Any questions for the developer? Okay. We got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. Carries 5-0. On to item Q.
Thank you. Item Q is the final plat for Legacy Woods. The preliminary plat was, I can't remember what month this was, but it was previously approved in 2025.
March of 2025.
Is this finally going to happen?
Depending on your vote
Not
tonight.
without a
Mayor,
motion and a
members of
second.
council, was
I
approved
make a motion to approve it.
in March of 2025, so we're coming up on the 1-year deadline, which is, we got it in this meeting.
I'll second.
I got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those
Yeah,
in
I had
favor- go ahead.
sorry. There was, I'm getting mixed up because we had a couple of different documents around this one, and I don't have that one opened up. But there was there's a letter from the county as far as access, suggestions, requirements along that road, and it wasn't clear if those have been met or how they're being addressed.
Sure, I don't.
I don't know if I have a status update recent, but there was turn lanes requested to start with, and then it was realized that the impacts to the wetlands adjacent to the area would be significant, knowing that the turn lanes would be temporary in the nature that this connection will be realigned with Xanthus is what we anticipate in the future. So the county essentially gave the direction of complete the widening that is achievable to allow vehicles to get off of the road as far as they can before the turn into the development. So I believe that's being achieved.
Okay.
With it, so.
And then the other one that was not clear to me, I guess, is that with the Met Council's requirements around only 25% of the area being developed, is that, in this final plan, is that being met?
They're below 25%.
I think it was
Perfect.
17 or something.
Something like that.
Okay, that's all I had.
Cool.
Mayor, I do have someone raise their hand online if you want to know
Okay.
all them stuff.
Go ahead.
So iPhone, if you can state your name and address.
It says they're talking, but we can't hear them. The little talking thing is up.
Yeah, they're muted currently.
There's no applicant on there over here.
No, it's a
resident.
It might be a resident wanting to say something.
Can they type it? Or are they just,
Yeah, we've asked to unmute Mayor. Oh, looks like they just dropped off.
okay.
Okay. I do have just a general question that isn't about this, and I feel like I've asked it before, and I just want to clarify. For all of these things, engineering sends back a document with all the things that need to be fixed and stuff like that. What is the process for ensuring that that happens? Like, because it doesn't come back to us. So what is that process?
Yeah, the iterations continue until we have a plan set that we deem appropriate for construction.
Okay,
So, yeah,
okay.
It does continue, after the approvals
Okay.
until.
I-
At that point is when a pre-construction meeting is held and
Okay.
construction moves forward.
Thank you for that.
Staff takes care of it.
Yeah, I kind of, and it was on every single one, it wasn't this one, every single one has these things. I do have just a general comment that I love this, and I am so happy it's finally happening. This is exactly, when we were pushing the A3 district, this is exactly what I had in mind for the A3 district. I love everything about this, and I'm just so excited that it is happening, so that's just my only comment.
Ditto. Any other comments? We got a motion second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. That carries 5-0. Item R.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Item R is two variances and a preliminary plat and a zoning map amendment for the reserve at Vineyard Meadow. This is along Brockton and Dayton River Road, so it is a fairly large area. Again, the applications, there's a variance to exceed the maximum density in an A3 district, a variance to reduce the lot width along a public road. Item 3 is a zoning map amendment to rezone from A1 and A2 to A3, and then preliminary plat approval. And it's easiest to address these kind of one at a time. The first item is the variance to exceed the maximum density in the A3 district. So the A3 district is intended for 2 units per 20 acres. The project is proposing 12 lots, which means that they need 120 acres. It's just shy of that, so including the road right-of-way, it is 119.6 gross acres, which would equal, because it's less than 120, it would be 11 lots. So again, the variance request is to, I'm going to just say round it up from 119.6 to 120 acres to achieve the desired density. With the variance, there are 4 kind of questions, and they were when this was discussed by the Planning Commission, and I'll just say A, C, and D were relatively easy to answer. B took a little bit more discussion. So, and just to try to summarize this, on item 2 is a variance may be permitted when the applicant establishes that there are practical difficulties in complying with the zoning ordinance, and meaning, specific to B, is that the plight of the property owner must be due to non-economic circumstances that are unique to the lot or the parcel and not created by the property owner. In looking at finding, or trying to explain this, I guess there's some of the history of this. When this project came in as a concept plan, it included, I'm going to call it the main, this is Shady View, as well as a connection to Shady View through an existing development and a connection to Maria. Kind of the direction was to only have 1 connection, not 2. This left more land available for development, and so we have a 12th lot. As it relates to findings of fact from the Planning Commission, they came up with kind of this, I'm just call it a fairly wordy explanation of what is the plight of the property. And just to read it, is the plight of the property is due to an accommodation considered by the applicant through a concept plan review of the reserve at Vineyard Meadow, where the city and concerned residents were interested to not having Maria Avenue extend from where it ends at the north end of the property as conceptually proposed. The alternative included a solo connection to Shady View Lane North, which required a substantial amount of additional right-of-way being dedicated as part of the redesign. So, long explanation of what does it mean. It's it means that the city created the practical difficulty justifying the variance. That's my interpretation. What I'm asking from the city council is, does the council agree with this finding?
I do.
I have a clarifying question. Why did can you tell me more about Maria Avenue? I guess
The neighbors on Maria Avenue have built up against that easement, so their house is pretty much on where the road would be.
Okay.
So currently, both Maria and Shady View are dead ends.
Yes.
Now.
And actually, Maria actually comes off of Johnson, so it's really kind of convoluted, but.
But like the house is practically on.
I think it just clicked for me, exactly. Okay. There's some question about, like, it lines up directly with a driveway coming onto Brockton. Like, is there a reason for that? Like right in front of, is it just like happenstance that happened, or was there a reason why it lines up?
I don't know if there's a reason why, so on one side.
My guess is topography.
It could be. It's not uncommon to have streets that line up with driveways.
I'm just, the homeowner asked, so I'm just following up. Okay.
Yeah, it's also, I mean, that's the end of basically the development too. I mean, there's a bunch of trees there, but if you're gonna have a house on either side of those, that's where you're gonna end up.
So a question that came up for me, a resident brought to me, was, we say 2 for 20. Now, as a math teacher, that simplifies to 1 to 10.
Yep.
But is
why
it
we-
implying a 20-acre increment? So you get up to 2 houses for 20, but then you don't get the next increment until you hit 40? Or
10-acre increments.
Okay.
I think where that came up was you couldn't do it with just 10.
Well, yeah.
And so.
You had at least 20 to start it.
Discussion was 20, and then you could do 2, but I was.
The way it's worded is.
Mayor and council, so the reason why we couldn't do 1 per 10.
Yeah.
Is because then it means it's a hard 10 acres. And that was not desired by the council. And so we said, could we do 2 per 20, which would mean that it averages to 10, but that means that 1 could be 8 and 1 could be 12, or 1 could be 18 and 1 could be 2.
It has confused
And so that's what
people over the years. I
confused
would've
it, but the 2 per 20 is designated to be an average of 10 and not a 1 per 10, otherwise that makes it hard and rigid. So
Yeah.
that was the.
I mean, one of my issues is that I, from the beginning, wanted a 5-acre minimum. I was willing to settle for 3, and we're stuck at 1.5. So I already think these lots are insanely small, and they don't make me happy. And as far as the hardship is to round up, I mean, 0.4 acres, like, it doesn't feel like a lot, but it is, like, there are community, like, we have neighborhoods right now where, like, they have a whole house on that.
That wasn't the hardship.
So that's not a hardship.
That wasn't the hardship.
Well, no, but my point is, like, that is, a whole house could be there. Like, to just round that up feels.
So let me try coming at that one from a different direction. So when all this land got laid out in the 1800s sometime.
Yeah.
So what do you imagine the degree of accuracy was of that surveying at that time? Do you think it was 99.6% accurate? Sorry, I'll say too many numbers, I'll twist my own tongue. My guess is probably not. You know, when we used to have this joke when I was in college, I worked in a machine shop, and the saying always was, measure with a micrometer, mark with chalk, cut with an axe. You can't tighten the tolerances as you go through more iterations, and so we're dealing, I think, all over the city. I mean, I know several people who have had their lots surveyed and found them to be wrong, right? The line is really over here, it's not over there. I think that, you know, it was the best technology at the time people were using, and when they divided up a section and they got 640 acres, and, you know, whether it was within 10 feet or 30 feet, who even knows what worked then, that was good enough. Now we're trying to put a fine line on it and say 0 tolerance for less than 20 units of 20. And anything above that we don't care about. You can go as big as you want, right? But I'm just having a real hard time. I know we had the discussion about not rounding, and I think that was the wrong approach to take on this. But when something is within 0.4% of being correct, I think we're nitpicking. And so I'm not struggling with the 11 or 12 piece at all. I know that can't be the reason for the variance, because we didn't make that judgment, I guess. But in my head, I think is that the bigger picture is, are we getting what we had envisioned out of this? Well, not originally, because this thing has gone through, I mean, we've been working on this as long as I've been on the council, and maybe longer than that. And everybody's had their finger on it, right? Several councils, the planning commissions in various stages of it, the council itself, and then we had to allow the Met Council to approve it for us, and of course they weighed in on it as well. So it's not what any of us envisioned exactly. It's a bunch of compromises, and it's our job now to remember what was the original vision of doing this, and it was to preserve some larger lots in the city of Dayton and allow people who have legacy land to be able to divide it up, within their families and be able to create some additional housing. I think we're still doing that, and I think that's, we get too caught up on the little pieces of how we do this. I think we're going to miss the overall vision. Is this my ideal vision of what the A3 development should look like? Probably not. But if I look at it a different way, if we look at the concept plan we just saw, I did some kind of backward math here, but if we applied the 257 acres that Tom was talking about with 470 some houses potentially on that, gross land, it ends up being a little over 0.5 acres per house. If we were to apply that same thing here, we would be talking about 64 houses, not 12. So in my head, that's a win, right? It preserves the land that they want to use as the vineyard as open space for a long time. And it also is a much bigger than average size lot for what we're getting for development, due to the Met Council requirements for other kinds of developments. So, I think that we're not going to have a lot of these, so I think that, getting too stuck on the definition of these rules is not going to be good, because everyone's going to be unique. I love the last one that we just approved as well, but not every site's going to be compatible with that. And at the end of the day, I think this is a good use. And I also want to say that I hate the idea that on the very second one of these that we look at, that we're granting a variance. I think the idea was that this should work, for all of it. But it's been tweaked enough times that I think that, I'm willing to live with this one, because I think it's an outcome that fits the original vision.
Well, and to me, I mean, I was stuck with that variance until, Peter on the Planning Commission pointed out that we did ask to reroute that road. And that added probably more cost than he's going to get on that 12th lot. So that, to me, takes care of the difficulty. To me, I think this variance is not only, justified that way, but it's what we envisioned. So I'm absolutely good with the variance.
David, that explanation was like a masterpiece.
How many times
Sounded better in my head.
I only have a couple questions, and I believe that they can be taken care of. The A3 requires 1.5 acres, and in this packet, they're 1.42. But staff has no issues about getting it to up to 2 even. Why didn't we just make it 1.5 right off the bat?
I'm going to apologize. So he didn't wrote the staff report prior to leaving. I believe the plan has been updated since the report was actually written. So I believe we're at 1.5. or larger.
You're
Yeah,
up.
I thought this came up with the planning commission. You know what, you guys can go on up if you want.
Okay, so that's handled. The package is just not
yes.
accurate,
Yeah.
in other words, okay?
We're okay on that.
Yep. The 4-acre, your lot, as far as the landlocked piece, that gets taken care of with Shady View, correct?
No.
No,
No,
not at all.
So we're always going to have that landlocked piece.
that's a separate variance request.
Yeah,
That's
we'll
it.
deal with that,
We'll get
we'll
there.
deal with that next.
Oh. Well, we can deal with it right now, I mean. And then the other thing that I have to say is I don't have an issue with the 12th lot either. However, there is a county document in this packet that says, as far as they're concerned, they think there's 11 lots going on there. And we're okay with that? I mean, I don't care.
This is referring to Hennepin County's letter.
Correct.
I don't know if it makes a difference if it were 11 or 12 lots.
Sometimes what you don't know don't hurt you, but
Yeah. So the letter in reference is whether, I'm going to say whether a turning lane would be required versus requested.
Okay.
Hennepin County is requesting a turn lane, they're not requiring one.
all right.
I don't know if it'd make a difference if we added one more house, if they would.
Okay. Okay. Just wanted to point it out.
I wondered, in terms of the county, I know I'm jumping ahead here too, but there's a request by the county for a 20-foot bike lane along Brockton and along Dayton River Road. And my understanding is still that along Dayton River Road, that trail's on the other side of the road.
It's on the other side of the road.
Yeah, so the county, and I'm jumping ahead, the county was requesting a 20-foot, the ability of having a 20-foot trail along the road on both Brockton and Dayton River Road. The city, in one of the conditions, is requiring a 20-foot easement on both county roads, and that's to have the flexibility. So previously, we've had discussions of Three Rivers Park District having a regional trail on the, I'll say, the north side, or the river side of Dayton River Road. It may be, at some point in the future that we want to have a city trail on the other side, similar to, and the concept plan for Dubay is we're planning on having trails on both sides of 117th.
Okay. Well, I'm just thinking in the mix of things, if that 20 feet wasn't needed for the trail, doesn't that give you some latitude in terms of how you do turn lanes or wider shoulders or whatever
Yes.
in there? I mean, so maybe the easement should stay, but maybe it shouldn't be strictly just trail.
Yep, and just to back up a little bit, so the assumption is that this plan, or this area is going to be redeveloped at some point in the future, decades from now. So kind of the idea is to have some flexibility that, the road width is going to change within, those decades. Trail needs may change, but having enough land that, flexibility that we can, put a trail that's still separated from the roads. I don't know, that's probably not necessarily a problem that we need to solve for many, many years.
All right, well, I'm not hung up on it, and I jumped us off of the script here anyway, so.
So back to the first variance on the 11 versus the 12 lots.
I'm good with it.
Well, you have 3 yeses, so.
Okay. If you'd like, I can just kind of move through these
Yep.
one on one and then have a vote at the end.
Yep.
Okay. Second variance is to reduce the lot width along a public road from 120 feet to 0 feet. Within the city code, it does, for the A3 district, it does require that every lot within the A3 district have 120 feet of lot frontage along a public road. In this case, it is a landlocked lot. It is also an existing home. With the planning commission, again, going through the 4 criteria to justify a variance, the planning commission was fine with all of them. The general finding is that this is a pre-existing home. There is the option of, is it practical to redesign the lot so that it does have frontage along Dayton River Road? It's possible, it's not practical to do that, it doesn't benefit the project. The overall goal is to ensure that when this area is redeveloped, that it does have frontage. When this area is replatted, it is highly likely that, or the city can require that this lot have frontage at that time. It does not need to be provided today.
So I have no issue with this. My concern is how, whatever easement is written is airtight, and that if something terrible happens and you both die in a car accident and these get sold to other people, I do not want to be back here with easement we had recently with a different set of people where ownership changed, and they are having a nightmare of a time with the shared driveway. That goes over someone else's land, and the city's getting involved, and lawyers are getting involved, and like I don't want that to ever happen again. So whatever is written, I need it like.
But the problem there was the city was involved.
Okay, which is, and that's where I wasn't. We weren't part of
We
that.
have a lot of shared easements in the city, and I have no problem with shared easements.
I just want to make sure that whatever it is does not come back, and that we're not dealing with that again, because that was awful and terrible, and I don't want it. And I hope you both are fine, but things happen, right? Like, you know, so whatever it is, I want to make sure that it's not a situation like what we had with that recently.
With the density restrictions in the A3 district, like this cannot be redeveloped unless it's for a sewer development.
Yeah.
So at that time, like this should be fixed. But can I answer your question?
Yeah.
There are no guarantees that we're not going to ever run into problems with this.
But can we minimize the
we
chance?
can minimize it, yes.
That's what I'm asking. The other question with that is what is the mechanism to ensure, again, say something terrible happens and this gets sold to brand new people, that prevents them from being like, okay, I've got this remaining 100 acres. I would like to put 10 houses on this 10 acres. Like, what is that is it in the deed? Where does that go?
Yes, so the way, and I don't know, Cynthia may have a different opinion on this. So the previous city attorney, the opinion was to record a deed restriction that essentially said for every lot is that you are in the A3 district and you are going to follow the A3 district requirements, and this is your notice of what those are. And it's going to be transferred from property owner to property owner.
So that if something happens, new people own this, they can't turn around and come back to us and say, we would like another 10 houses on this little part, and then they sell it off, and then they want another, like, infinitely.
We have the same issue with 40-acre lots now.
Yeah.
So.
But there is a mechanism.
There is a mechanism. Okay. I would just say, again, we update the comprehensive plan every 10 years. It can change every 10 years.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That council may get fired. One never knows.
You're good.
I got a couple of head nods, I guess.
Yeah, I'm fine.
You're good.
No opposition to this. Okay. Preliminary plat. So just to kind of explain this, the 119.68 gross acres in this kind of teal area. This is the 11 plus 12 lot that are being developed. This is the planned event center that will be on lot 1, block 4. This will have some type of a deed restriction that says although it's a platted lot, you cannot build a house on there as long as this property is used as event, well, just period. The plan is this is going to be event center for the foreseeable future. This outlot is going to remain as an unbuildable outlot, and then outlot A would be dedicated to the city for a future wastewater treatment facility.
Water treatment facility.
Water treatment, not wastewater. There's a difference there.
Big difference.
Yep. So this
You hope not to
lip
say that.
here is an existing well house, so the intent is to have, I don't know when this would occur, but sometime in the future, a water treatment facility next to the existing well house. Any questions on the plat?
No.
No. Okay. As one of the requirements for the A3 district is you have to ghost plat as if municipal sewer was available. In this case, it's hard to see on the screen, the developer laid out a project with 25 lots, meeting the R1 residential standard, plus one lot that would probably stay as A3. So this is demonstrating how the acreage lots could be redeveloped or replatted once sewer is available. Any questions with this? No?
Did we already get a motion?
No.
Oh, I forgot.
No, we're still going through all the we're going through all the things.
I have a question. We all received the pictures from the neighbor about water. How do we do not?
Mayor and Council, you did receive it. I sent it to you 5 minutes before the council meeting. I received it
Oh.
about a half hour before the council meeting, so I
Okay.
did not have time to print them off as requested, so I apologize. I just forwarded them on to you so you can at least see them when you're good.
I just wanted to give the opportunity for him to speak his concerns.
He will.
And yes, and I just had a question about like just process wise. I know that like this is only the second time that there's been some sort of water concern with a neighboring property, and we had that with DCM Farms, and Tom went to extraordinary measures to kind of mitigate that. I'm just wondering, like, what is the normal process? This is a process question. If, you know, he's concerned about an impact, how do we ensure that there isn't an impact? And if there is, how does that get taken care of? I guess is my question.
Is that a Jason question?
Yep.
That's an anybody question. Whoever, you know,
No, it's not. It's a Jason question.
There's a very significant review that's done for stormwater treatment, which is generally surface water. So I will be the first to admit, this is a very unique situation. I've walked the property twice. There is some, I'll just say, strange things going on there with subsurface drainage. So we have done some exploration, but there's not necessarily an easy and exhaustive way of evaluating everything to see where those interactions might be. We've been in contact with the DNR on this situation, and they are of the opinion of me, that's very strange, we don't know what's going on. There's no documented seepages in the area, however, I have witnessed them. So our recommendations are to put a requirement on the development that if sand seams or other means are identified during the construction, or before or during the construction, that they need to be addressed through further improvements to restrict any additional flows that might be happening subsurface. Additionally, just as a preemptive measure, doing additional soil borings. The difficulty with those is you're drilling a 4-inch hole in a farm field. So unless you're hitting the things perfect, I mean, you'd have to drill hundreds of them to hopefully identify something. So it would be good to get some in the areas of the stormwater conveyance and the ponds just to get some insurance in there. But to be honest, it's almost a check it out during construction and address it if it arises is about all we know, because the preemptive approaches are limited.
And this isn't happening just because it's spring.
I was there in 2 different seasons,
Okay.
and it was frozen everywhere except for the water coming out of the hill. It was,
Okay. Well, the only reason I ask is because there's water all over right now.
yeah, no, and one of them was actually a drought period. It was
Okay.
extremely dry. Hadn't rained in like 2 weeks, and there was water flowing. So, I mean, I witnessed it firsthand.
Yeah.
They're unusual situations.
Does it have anything to do with the river?
DNR had the theory that the interaction is more likely the river than a seepage. Having walked the site, I'm not going to say that's not a potential, but the fact that I'm 20 feet lower than the water coming out of the hill seemed strange, and I'm higher than the river, so.
Yeah.
It could be, it's hard to say what's definitely going on underground, but.
Well, I was thinking the Mississippi, like, is the Mississippi trying to get to the Crow?
That's down even lower.
I don't know. I don't have my topography doesn't like to be that zoomed out.
That would
So.
actually be downstream, so
Okay.
it's
Not-
likely not.
Okay.
But those would be provisions that we would add to, we would need to add like more to cover just in case something came up during construction, or is
I
it
think
something
I think they should be a condition of the approval if you wanted to engage those. We have them in our comment memo now.
So
There is some language in there regarding exactly what I just explained.
But the expectation is that this development can't make that situation worse.
That would be our intent, is to not worsen the situation. Ironically, often development reduces these issues just because it doesn't allow the infiltration, and instead collects the water into holding ponds, and then it conveys it elsewhere off-site, which is actually the opposite of this property. However, if the issues are occurring where the water is conveyed or stored, it could worsen the problem, because now you're concentrating the water to a certain area that might be impacting it. So I know it's a terrible answer, but it could go either way. With it, we'll have to see during construction.
So just for clarification, because I want to make sure that I got what you're saying to me, just want to reiterate it back to you. There are currently some provisions in what we would, if we just approved it right now, in there right as it stands. Do you believe that more stringent are warranted because you've been out there and you know there are some different things going on? Or is this sufficient to make sure that if a neighboring property is impacted or they find something during construction? Because the development shouldn't hurt the surrounding properties or make their issues any worse than what they already are.
That was the intent of the comments. The comments were drafted after my visits there. So I attempted to capture exactly that we address those concerns as part of the development. If there's other thoughts on that, we could certainly reword it. As far as having it as a set condition, I guess I would look to John to make sure that the comment memo or that is incorporated into the actual resolution with the approval.
Yes, thank you. So for the approval of the preliminary plat, item 9 for condition of approval is adherence to the requirements provided in the engineering comment letter dated February 26, 2026, and subsequent letters from the city engineer as applicable.
Okay, so that covers us?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and I think to the DCM thing, once you got a hole in the ground, so to speak, they found one of the underlying issues. There was an underground river, correct, at the DCM farm project or something. But once construction started and we actually put giant holes in the ground, we actually uncovered what the issue was. Or at least got more information than we had before.
Yeah. We got more information.
Yes.
From the expert.
Yes, and at that point, we were able to do things to mitigate it, because at that point, we knew, and it's hard when it's underground, you don't have a clue what's going on. Once you actually get out there with equipment and start moving ground around, you can sometimes be like, oh, this is what it is, and we can do this to mitigate it.
Right.
So it's hard at this point to say, do X or do Y, we gotta get in the ground.
Right. Again, the soil borings could help, but honestly, it might be kind of a long shot just because it doesn't cover enough of the area. But when you're excavating large areas for ponding, you can see all of it.
Yeah.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that it was appropriately covered in case something was uncovered. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And thank you.
You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Any questions for staff?
I'm good.
You do have public analysis.
Yep. So we got some comments. Name and address?
Yeah. Council and Mayor, my name's Terry McNeil. I am the property owner across from this development, 15601 Brockton Lane. And as far as developments go, could be a lot worse developments. I mean, this, like I say, it could be 200 houses or 400 houses. So I'm not upset about the volume, but my main concern, where my energy is, I just happened to look at the council packet today while I was working, and I saw the preliminary plat, and I noticed that the holding pond it appears to me to be right across or adjacent to Brockton Lane. And my property, like discussed, has, it's obvious that there's seeps. If I would encourage any of you, if you think Brockton at that point is going north and south, so just look at the west, that's my property, probably 20 feet, 30 feet below Brockton is where some seeps are. So that's constant water. So my authority on this is, I'm 55 years old. That property's been in the family my whole life. So I've been out there my whole life. And so I know that water flow, and I can tell you that water is flowing 24/7, 365. It does not matter drought, it does not matter how cold it is, that water is just pouring out. And it's changed over time. Now, my neighbor to the south of me, that used to be part of our farm. That used to be 10 acres, part of our farm. We used to have 40 acres. And so just putting a driveway, a paved driveway and a house back there, did change some of that flow on that side of the property. Now I get constant ice flow, winter, drought, water's always running. Now it's running to the point where I know my neighbor can't get down his embankment with his side-by-side because it's too muddy. And that goes into my field, my soybean field, and that all runs towards the river. And so what I'm trying to enumerate for you is that there's just a lot of water constantly flowing. And when I've had Jason and others out to take a look at it, you know, it does have an impact. My concern is that this is going to materially damage, you know, my property. This is going to change what I can do with it. Currently, I put cows in there. You know, I usually have anywhere from 5 to 10 head. And even having water, if this seep cannot absorb this additional water that is coming from across the road, I think you would have to suspend logic to think that water over there is not coming down towards the Crow. I mean, the elevation is clear. You can walk my property and you'll come across a silty, soft spot where water isn't flowing over the top yet, but it's squishy like a sponge. Okay? And if this water cannot be absorbed, if I get additional water, like, where is this going to go? You know, even having animals in my agricultural land, they'll just create a mud wallow. And I won't be able to graze cows on there, let alone redevelop, you know, or develop when the city gets to that. So I have real concerns about what this is going to do in terms of my investment. Is this going to materially damage, you know, my property and what I can do with it? So I really think that, yes, you know, you can do a 4-inch bore to find these sand, you know, streams that water comes through, or you can just walk out there and see. It's obvious. I have 3 areas. I put pictures in there, and I know it was late, but there's at least 3 obvious areas where it's flowing out of the hill and going towards the river. And so you'll see that when you open that up. The other thing is, I know the county, when they were surveying a couple years ago, I walked out there to see if they were surveying for the road, and they said, well, we're going to reconstruct Brockton at some point. Well, there is a pipe that is going towards the east. It does not have an outlet onto my property. It never has. I've mowed the lawn there my whole life. It never has had an outlet, but there is a pipe, as if they're anticipating putting water over on my, it's an old pipe, so I don't know what they're going to do with it. But you put a holding pond over there, I'm just curious, where's that water going to go? You know, there's a pipe under Brockton already. It's not being used. Like I say, it's plugged up on my end. But I have a lot of concerns, just basically because I saw that holding pond right there. And I just think you have to suspend logic to think that that isn't going to go over and increase the volume. And once it increases the volume and starts running over the land instead of holding in these seeps and going out these streams, I think there's damage. So that's my main concern. I mean, the other thing I saw is, it isn't my favorite, you know, the road coming out like right across from my driveway, and the lighting, I suppose, that'll be on that road. Now maybe I can mitigate that by letting my yard grow up in brush, you know, so I don't have those headlights coming into my yard, or you know, but my daughter driving out, I get concerned about traffic and confusion there. I'll also say I wonder about the width of the road. You know, people, are there going to be turn lanes? Is the road going to widen and come towards my house. And lastly, safety. I mean, I see people, that's the one place you can pass on Brockton, and people use that. I'm out there morning and night, and I can hear the engine rev down by the church, and by the time they're going past my house, if they're passing, they're going 70, 80 miles an hour. You know, and I just wonder, another outlet there. I guess we deal with that all the time with traffic, but that is on my mind as well. So with that, if you have any questions for me, I'm always available.
Jason, as far as the water, couldn't you, if it gets to be a deal, couldn't you at some point just tile it? I mean,
If we can find the sand seams.
Right, that's what I mean.
Yeah, and during the excavation, that would be part of the intent. If there is water being directed to a stormwater pond with a sand seam, or there's evidence of the interaction, we would line the pond or other to prevent that water from flowing through. The holding water, just to note, is actually directed to the east over to the existing wetland and then eventually to the northeast of Mississippi.
Okay.
So it is directed away, the surface water is directed away from it.
Is there no holding, I'm just curious, because I just saw, is there no holding pond right next to Brockton?
No, there is. There's two proposed ponds.
Okay.
One of them is next to Brockton.
Okay.
So the water
Yeah.
from the roadway is, yes, it is directed to that, but then the outlet from that pond is to the east. So that
It's just
comes
a
east
wetland.
into the other wetland, and then it makes its way northeast to
Okay.
the Mississippi, so.
So that actually has an outlet going?
It does.
Okay.
It has a constructed outlet, so but again, we're dealing with the subsurface.
Yeah.
So we still need to watch
Yeah.
the materials for
That on
for
the,
traveling under.
on that exit, you were talking about that outlet on that 120-degree angle down there on the northeast side. That stuff oozes down, I mean, that's where I grew up. It oozes down towards the Mississippi. It goes somewhere. It's kind of weird because it's almost like a little river that disappears.
Yeah, it's wet all the time.
Yeah.
In aerial photos.
Yeah.
It seems to never dry out.
What I worry about being reactionary, like if we see drainage or we see something in the future, is, you know, I get concerned that, well, then it's too late. Like, it'll rain and, you know, the surface water will flow out quickly. And then 2 weeks later, you can see the flow increase as it's gone underground, hit whatever seam it has, and then it hits my ponds. So like, it's like clockwork. After it rains, you get the surface water off, and then 2 weeks later, it's like it's made its way down whatever seam, and then it's flowing across. So immediate impact, you know, I don't know what you guys will find and what you can mitigate, but I'm just letting you know. I know the water flow on that property, and I'm concerned. And I think if you all just drive past, you'll see the swamps to the west of Brockton, and you'll know why they're there. And there's a lot more streams going other places on the property. So those are my concerns. You all have my number, and I hope you take that into consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Person on mine, good.
Yep. So, Marcia, if you want to state your name and address.
Can you hear me?
Now we can, yes.
Yes.
My question is kind of twofold. Starting on page 13 of this packet.
Can we get your name and address, please?
All the requirements for A3 zoning.
Marcia, can we get your name and address?
Marcia Grover, 11320 Fernbrook Lane.
Thank you.
And as you scroll down, like on page 15 and 16, you see what they can and can't build on the property. And on page 16, it mentions restaurant and liquor establishment. So now, isn't an event center going to be a restaurant and liquor establishment? They're selling those things for money, in exchange for money. So is that a restaurant where you serve food and people pay you for it? Is that a liquor establishment where you serve drinks and people pay you for it? So I'm wondering how he can have an event center when right across the board on page 16, restaurant and liquor establishment, no, 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 no. And then my other question, oh crap, I forgot what it was. But yeah, if you would look at all those requirements starting on page 13 and see if these people are adhering to those requirements.
Mr. Mayor,
I
Council.
don't know if an event center fits the requirement of a restaurant and a liquor establishment.
Good.
Oh, I know what I was going to say, Dave. In your talk a little while ago, you mentioned that maybe your property surveyed is not accurate. So can I go to my neighbors then and say, I don't know if this is accurate or not, so I'm just going to build something here, and it might go over the property line onto yours, but maybe that property is mine, so I'm just going to build on it. Can you do that?
I'm sure that's not what I was suggesting.
You
That was
want
my question.
to respond to
Thank
the
you.
first one, John?
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just for clarity, in the city code, it's organized by zoning districts, and under every zoning district, there's a list of permitted, conditional, and interim uses. This property received an interim use permit for an event center, and I believe it was last year. So as an interim use, it was a 50-year permit that allows the event center, which also includes the serving of alcohol and food. So this is not a restaurant, it's an event center. That was approved last year, and now we're looking at Plat. So it's just more coincidence that the event center is on the same property. It's still zone A3 agricultural.
Okay. Anybody else here for this item? Any questions for staff? All right. Need a motion and a second.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Mayor, I just want to make sure and clarify that that's for all three items. Or
Yes.
four items.
Everything
Okay.
listed
But
on
I just want to make sure. Thank you.
Any more discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
Motion carries 4-1. And
Can we take a bio break?
I need a break. All right, we'll take a 5-minute recess.
Here.
Video too.
We are back in the saddle. Item S.
Okay.
Is the video good on?
No.
Have we started back up again?
Okay, thank you, Mayor and Council. This is item S, which is the final plat approval for DCM Farms Second Edition.
You'll have to click on the PowerPoint. There you go, John.
There we go. Okay, so DCM Farms is located along Fernbrook in 117th. The first edition was approved in 2025 with 106 lots. The second edition is with 148 lots, totaling 254. The remaining areas of the project include the southeast corner, which is planned for commercial. That has kind of been taken out of the residential component of this and will be dealt with at a future date. With the final plat for DCM, this was a planning and development. There were certain deviations that were approved by the council previously. And with the PUD, there's also a public benefit in return for those deviations. With this PUD, the developer is providing the city with $2 million towards a roundabout and improvements on Fernbrook. Specific to this area for the second edition, we have what we refer to, or commonly refer to as the Fernbrook 6. So this is the 6 adjacent property owners along Fernbrook on the eastern side of the property, or the project, I should say. The developer has agreed to provide sewer and water along the back side, or outside of the 6 homes along the adjacent of the back rear property line. It's a poor explanation, but I think the council understands. This is drawn as a drainage utility easement. The staff is recommending that this be an outlot versus a drainage utility easement. The reason, an outlot that would be dedicated to the city, and the intent is for the city to have more control over what goes on there in the future. In the near future, it is planned for a trail, as well as sanitary sewer and water and storm sewer as well, I believe.
There is storm.
All 3 utilities. So this is a fairly important corridor that the city would like to preserve under the city's control. Otherwise, development traditionally or historically, the city council reviews the development agreement at the same time as the final plat. We are working on a new development agreement template. It is not prepared yet, so this will come, the development agreement will come back to the council at a future date. So, any questions for staff?
Okay, I'll need a motion.
Thank you.
I just
Answered
have
both of mine.
My only question is, so if we have that easement and it's in the city's control, then it's on us to maintain it, correct? How does that work?
The short answer is yes.
Okay.
When we write the development agreements, and that's kind of when we go into the detail of who is maintaining the trails. Is it the city or is it the HOA? And it ends up kind of being a combination of both, depending on where the trail goes. Every project, every trail is a little different. So
Okay.
I think in
That's
this.
TBD?
I'm sorry?
It's to be, you're
Yes.
not sure yet?
Yes.
Okay.
More than likely, it'd probably be the city.
That was my only question.
Okay. So I need a motion and a second.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Dave and Stephanie, any other discussion?
I do have one other question. The roundabout, that will hopefully happen sooner rather than later. Have we gotten the easement, because it's going into that other property?
On the east side?
Yeah. Has that easement been obtained? Are we?
No.
Okay. Is it have we started that conversation?
So we have preliminary layouts of the roundabouts. We're in process of identifying potential stormwater improvements needed.
Okay.
Just to make sure that we're getting enough land or considering enough land to accommodate. So we're very close to identifying those lines.
Okay.
And then we'll initiate the discussions with property owners.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Van Ass, and that is all related to the Fernbrook corridor study that was
Okay.
approved by the council.
Okay.
Just so we can have a good conversation. That's exactly what it is. Great question. Thank you.
That's it then. And this is for real.
I will make the comment that I did not like this development, only because of the public good, that roundabout, the money. but it is a final and they've met their requirements, so. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
Carries,
Not that it matters, but.
carries 4-1. And on to item T. Okay, come on forward.
When we have,
Name and address.
Kathy Powers, 11461 Fernbrook Lane. When we had a meeting with Tom last Monday, we talked about getting an easement that allowed us to go out on the trails from each of those 6 homes. Right, Tom?
Yeah, that's why they're gonna.
Outlot.
City outlot.
That's the outlet.
See, before we had it as
Yep.
a drainage, and then if the neighbor, as we were talking, brought up a good question, like, well, hey, I wanna walk out the trail, and that neighbor that owns the easement could have issues. It's really the biggest thing is to have that as a city outlot, is
Yep.
so all the 6 residents can just freely enter onto the trail.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're on to item T.
Members of council, payment of claims, so stand for any questions.
Any motion a second?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Okay, questions?
I did. I'm sorry, you know I do. It was a question, I just want to know what they are. Oh, I have it written down somewhere. The UB refunds. There's a ton of UB refunds. What are those?
Utility billing, Councilor Van Assen,
okay.
those are utility billing refunds,
Got
so based on people moving in or out, or whether, most of the time they're move-ins or move-outs.
Okay.
They are. A lot of them happen, especially when we have when they're building houses and then they switch into the new person's name, the builder will pay off the previous one and then they have to refund them back. And so.
Okay. It was just, there was a bunch of them and and I didn't know what it was.
It seems to be either a lot of them or none of them. So.
Okay, thank you for that clarity.
Anybody else?
We're on the claims, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I got a couple.
What?
I can't believe you guys didn't catch these. MVP Recreation, $22,000. What's it for?
What page is that on, Scott?
164.
Thank you.
It's the install of equipment and safety surfacing.
Anybody?
What is it coded to?
MWP Recreation.
408 45 300 50300.
Equipment and safety.
Trying to find it on the paperwork because I didn't even see it. Oh, there we go. Got it. Found it. Whatever's in it is not in alphabetical order.
No, it's not.
For whatever reason, and I don't know why.
Oh, I know what it is.
Go ahead.
It's for, Dayton
Microphone.
Farms Park. Sorry.
This is for Dayton Farms Park, the playground installation. It's for the servicing and installation of the playground equipment.
165 is $4,200 for mold on a rental property?
Yep.
Is that our new rental property?
Yep.
That's our rental
Oh.
property, yes.
You'll see another expense.
You'll see another expense.
The advantage of being a slumlord.
It's a great time to be a landlord. Yes, it is. We have done, so Mayor, members of council, I want to do a shout out based on that comment to the public works staff. They have went above and beyond to save us every nickel possible on that property. Because they have fixed windows, they have put in things, they have done electrical work, they have done plumbing work that goes up far above and beyond what their normal job duties are. So I want to say thank you to those guys because
Why were those things not caught when we did the appraisal?
we never did an inspection.
Oh,
Really? You know what?
Why? Okay.
You may have, even if you had done an inspection.
Okay. Some of those things
You
can't
may not
find.
have caught
They
them.
just, yeah. And, it is odd us having a rental house, but Champlain, or Maple Grove has a boatload,
Okay. Oh, okay.
which is weird.
That is weird.
I mean, this is very unique. We know why this is. It's just,
Okay.
obviously, we don't want to be here, but for one reason or another, we are.
That's all I got.
Anybody else? Okay, we got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Carries 5-0. Item U.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Oh, there you, we're going down that hole, Marty.
Oh, thanks. Just what I need. I was hoping this was going to go through quick. John, do you want to do the
These are a couple of
presentation?
things we didn't talk about yesterday.
Okay. All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight before you is a second attempt at getting the approval for bids and documentation for Elsie Stevens Park Master Plan, Phase 3. At the last presentation, Council asked me to get some additional quotes. I did talk to a couple of different agencies, companies, one being Laux, and the other company at the last minute decided they didn't want to bid on the project. It wasn't a project that was worth their while getting involved in at this stage. In the packet there's the two quotes from Laux and from MSA. MSA did a revised version of their original quote, took some of the meetings out, and there were some renderings that were in there as well. They got taken out. Looking at the two quotes, I think they are pretty much similar. The scopes of work are pretty similar. There's just a couple of meetings that are not on the MSA quote that were on Laux. So there's a Park Commission meeting that's missing and something like that. So that's where those were cut. The quotes came in pretty similar. I think it's only $200 separating the two. So I will stand for any questions.
Jason, I got a question for you. If you do an engineering job on a project you don't know what it is, how can you do a quote?
You have to make assumptions and typically list them, which we do with essentially all proposals. We very rarely have an exhaustive list of criteria to consider, so we usually have to fill it in with the assumptions.
Interesting. To me, I would think that we would want to know what we are going to put up before we get engineering. It's kind of like buying a car. I mean, how can you buy a car if you don't know what kind of car you want? That's what throws me about this engineering bid, is they don't know what structure they're going to put up, but yet they're going to give you a bid on something. So to me, I think we're doing this backwards. To me, I think we should have the unit that we're going to put up and then engineer it to that unit. That's why I just think the whole thing is back-asswards.
I don't think there's anything to say. After our conversation yesterday down there, or was it Tuesday?
Yes,
no, Monday, yesterday. I'm losing my days.
That's before I got a chance to look at $37,000 for engineering on, they don't even know what they're putting up.
Well, there were some assumptions made in the master plan that, what we looked at, and we looked at the structures before, and so they had some guidance in the kind of structure that they were looking at. It was just the size of the structure that wasn't defined, and we're best guessing at the moment.
Okay.
So this engineering is going to help us make those decisions going forward. And it also, the ADA, the location of the trail that we discussed yesterday, all that stuff.
You and I looked at that, and that is simple. You just move it over 10 feet.
You still got it.
Or maybe it's 8 feet. I didn't measure it, but
I didn't measure it either.
Immaterial.
But you still got, like I said yesterday, you still got to keep the ADA grades, and then there's a drop off, and there's going to be some engineering for possibly a wall there, whatever needs to go to support that.
Well, there will have to be a wall because it drops off. I get that part.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't understand why it's $37,000. I mean, it's crazy.
There's quite a lot of different elements in there as well. I mean, there's a permitting, there's the different phases of, planning.
The other thing is, we've got this total project going at $425,000.
That's an engineer's estimate, yeah. And when we get this, get the engineering done, we'll be able to tighten that number up.
Well, the unit that we talked about, we know the unit is approximately 170, depending, it doesn't matter which outfit we go with, somewhere in that area. The one outfit wants 47.5, almost 48, 47.5 to put it up. So if you add the 47.5 into it, and 37 for the so-called worthless engineering, you don't come anywhere close to $425,000. What is the extra 175,000?
470, the numbers you gave are just under 200.
Well, these three things are almost 250.
I have the people from MSA here if you want them to answer some of these questions.
Yeah, if they can help with the number, that's fine.
Can you help with that?
I just think the 425 is all wet.
Yeah, you can say.
Yeah, just name and address.
Hi, I'm Rain Gardner with MSA Professional Services.
Marcus Rui with MSA Professional Services.
So the proposal, Scott, that you have in front of you, we revised it based on the comments we've heard from past meetings.
Yep.
The construction cost that you're seeing, that includes, restoration, concrete sidewalk, additional concrete that has to go up around the piers of the shelter. I don't know, in the 47 you mentioned for a company to put it up, I don't know what was included in that number, but we've done several of these shelters in very similar settings in parks, in a floodplain. There's deep pier foundations that have to go with each of the vertical pieces to the van shell. Then on top of that, there's concrete to, you can work around what you already have there, but you are going to have to pour some additional concrete.
Oh, I understand
once the
that.
piers are up around that to build out an area. We also want to extend the concrete so that the roof line, when it drains, it's draining on the concrete, it's not draining onto the ground, so it sheds the stormwater. We have to do some modeling with putting the shelter there. Yes, the sidewalk does have to move. It doesn't have to move much. I think it was on one of the slides, kind of an adjustment to it for grading purposes. You can kind of see how it jets out, but we need some longer distance to actually achieve ADA slopes down to the dance area and the shelter itself. So there's some site work that goes into this. There's some plan reviews. There's the actual plans itself, the specifications, the bid documents go together. This also includes bidding in our number to get it out to bid and working with Marty on that. So our number includes all of that work. Obviously it's listed there, but there's a fair amount. So as far as the construction costs, typically in our experience, and I don't have the breakdown exactly in front of me, but when you have a shelter cost like you're looking at, it's usually double the cost to install it. So you take that number and you double it to get it in. And then there's all the site amenities that go with it. Obviously, we'll work with you to, try to decrease things that aren't needed and get you what you want and where you're looking to get down there. I know there's been a lot of discussion on the overall shelter itself and what that looks like and what's the size. I know that has to be discussed yet. We're trying to use what you already have down there, not tear up a lot of what you already have installed, and then build upon that. But we know that there's some additional things that have to happen on the site to make it all work.
So your engineering is just for the pylons or the footings, the dance floor area, what grading and whatever grading has to be done there, the sidewalk, because the structure has engineering plans that come with it.
Correct, yes, that all comes with it, yes. So there is also electrical that we have, so that lighting, the shelter vendor doesn't do any of that. We have to coordinate that to make sure that on the plans there's electrical design for the outlets, minimal lighting. We don't have it set up for any band lighting because that's a whole different area, and I don't think that's what's wanted out there right now. We also have any additional amenity planning, so if there are any tables or benches or things that have to be accommodated for, making sure we have enough space on the site to accommodate those if added. Landscaping, restoration, we also have to do a grading plan, erosion control, and then we do have to go through a floodplain review with the work that's down there, which we did with the original kayak launch as well when we looked and put those plans together.
Does this make it easier for the engineering side of it if you know what structure you're putting on there? Does that change anything? Whether it's 38 feet, 41 foot?
Not
37 feet?
Not necessarily the size. We do kind of know in general what you guys have been looking for, and that's the assumptions we put into it. If there's a change to the overall look or design of it, that might change things. Like if there were like 7 different, posts coming off of it or something, or some different shape that would impact that concrete area differently, that might change things, but not really. What the biggest thing and what the assumption is, because we've done this numerous times with a prefabricated structure, we know what we're getting. We've worked with Polygon many, many times. We know what we get from them for drawings, so that we made those assumptions in our proposal saying, hey, we know you're looking at a Polygon structure, we know what we typically get from them, and then we can put that into the plans.
Okay.
So.
Well, we don't know we're getting the Polygon yet.
Right,
We actually-
right. There's
we actually-
similar companies that do other prefab
Fifth room is what we
structures.
looked at. That's what we voted on, was the fifth room one, but.
Okay.
And there's 4 posts. It's pretty simple.
Pretty straightforward, yeah. Shelter.
Yep.
Mayor and council, we were able to work with Polygon. Marty was able to get things. I can send those out to you. We did get a picture of what it looks like.
I have seen the
Very
picture.
similar to the
I've seen
wave
the picture.
structure, and it's about $60,000 less, so.
Yep.
Which is a significant savings.
Which
if
gets
they're-
eaten up in the 47,000 to put it back up.
Yep.
So it.
The $180,000 quote from Fifth Room was not for any installation.
Correct.
So that
There's a
116 something plus 47 is only 160, and then you'd have to, for your $180,000 structure from Fifth Room, you'd have to add 40 grand or 50 grand to put the thing up. So it is a significant $60,000 savings.
So
That's
how
what
do
you
we-
guys keep saying, but there's a guy that said he'd do it for 20. We just,
20, 30,
whatever,
50.
it's whatever they say is, that's the law.
Sure.
Anyway, I said my piece.
How do we deal with, so let's assume that this, what's the firm called?
Polygon.
Polygon. That's it. Okay. They obviously don't do cement work outside of their pylons, I would assume. So how does this get bid out if it's multiple?
Like we normally would do it would go out as a bid package on Quest or something like that, and then a general contractor would generally bid on that.
Do we know what our estimated cost is, MSA, for concrete work and stuff?
We do
don't
have an estimate. I don't have it. Well, we have the total. We don't
The
have
mayor
the
members of
concrete work
council's-
broken out, but we
yeah.
can get you that. We provided that a while back. I just don't have it
I don't
in the
have it in
packet
front of
today.
me.
But I guess it
But-
gets back to.
We could do it by quote, which would mean that we would contact various vendors and get quotes for those then.
The pieces.
Versus.
I think we
bid
didn't we
process.
talk at one council meeting about doing that, and
Yep.
then we wanted to do it as a general contractor type
Well-
project.
Okay, so there's a couple options. You could break it out in several different bids to get the work put together. Then there's just a lot more coordination that, either whoever is doing construction observation and administration, whether that's Marty or MSA or whoever, would have to do to coordinate all the different contractors versus doing one bid package is a lot cleaner and easier.
It's cleaner, but we have seen the numbers go.
It's
Yeah.
way
Well,
more expensive.
yeah.
And that's the problem with.
So on one side of that, I did talk with Sean, who's a local guy. I'm going to send him a bid package, and he's going to pull that together and give us a quote as well to use local contractors as well.
It truly is a coincidence that the bid costs came in at about the same and the estimates came in at about the same.
Sure, it's coincidence. It must have been.
Okay.
Is it imperative that, what I would prefer to do, because we got time on this engineering thing, we got 5 months. No, I shouldn't say 5 months, because it's going to take some time to do it. I want to get this, whatever unit we buy, and I don't care if it's Polygon or the fifth room, we got to get this unit ordered, or it's not happening this year. Because it's 5 months to get it. We got all kinds of time between now and August to figure all this other stuff out.
That's why I want to try and get this resolved tonight, so we can have their input and make sure that what we're ordering is going to fit in there. I know we can.
Like I said, we don't need that input. In my opinion, that's just my opinion. You guys, I'm done.
If I could just answer, I mean, so like one of the things, Scott, that I would encourage though is to try and work through that piece sooner than later. And one of the things that it's important is that you have an existing concrete slab already out there that you're trying to reuse as part of this whole project. Knowing those dimensions and knowing whatever vendor you end up with, depending on how you actually have to anchor the posts into the ground, it makes a huge difference whether you're gonna dig into that concrete area or not. So we would be able to give you some guidance as to, depending on the vendor you end up choosing and their post system, how big you need to go in order to protect that, not incur additional costs, or are you going to have to incur additional costs based on the size of the structure? There's a lot of coordination that happens in this process to make that work with a prefab building. That's my experience would be to get the engineering on board so that you can work through those conversations, ensure that you have the right order for the structure itself, and then get the plans built off
I
of that.
wouldn't expect you
from
to
there.
tell me anything different.
If we can get this part of it going as well, we can work the engineering drawings from Polygon together with what these guys can do to make sure that we've got the right thing that fits in the right place and works how it's supposed to.
So my original concerns were schedule, and I think we were concerned about the cost. But we have a second bid now that I would say we don't have to like it, but it kind of validates where the cost for this work is going to be.
Even though it's
still
almost identical.
There's a few differences. I mean, this is minor. I think that a meeting with the Parks Commission is mandatory in this, and that wasn't included in your proposal. So that has to be fixed, but past that, I think that I think it takes too long. I think we've lost this summer essentially. To Scott's point, maybe we can get the thing in by fall, so it's
I
used
think
by
we
next
could
year.
get in by November 1st, but.
Right, but
I mean.
original
ordering the unit is
vision,
the
I
most
think, for
important
us
thing.
anyway, was that this would happen for this year, and
Right.
that's gone. But I
I've
also
accepted
think that it's the schedule, and maybe I mixed this up, but when we were originally talking about this phase, it also included the water park, or the splash pad and the other amenities, and we wanted more detail about how we were going to potentially reuse water and all of that,
Yep.
so we sort of set that one aside to try to kick this one up faster.
Yep.
But it didn't change the schedule. It looks like the same schedule that it was for kind of the whole thing. Now, that schedule probably wasn't realistic because we had some big decisions to make that we had not made yet. So that's my piece on it. The last little thing I'm going to say is that it calls out a 60 amp new service, and I wonder how you run a band on 60 amps. But
Again, that can all get worked out.
You don't have to fix that for me, but, I mean, it just doesn't sound right, and I think that needs to be reviewed as you do the electrical design. Is that really enough power? That's all I got. Let's go.
Isn't that an additional 60? Because there's already,
It's a
This
new
will be-
60
Yeah.
plus whatever's there now,
yeah, I
which
think what's there is
I don't
close
know
to
what that
60 or
is.
50.
There's a 20 and
Yeah, well.
50 down there, I think, as well.
All right, I need a motion in a second.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Okay, any more discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say no.
I'm a no. I don't like it, but I'll live with it.
Okay,
Easy come, easy go.
now we are to closed session, item B. And I have to read this, right?
Yes, please.
Closed session pursuant to Minnesota Statute 13D.05, subdivision 3C3, to develop or consider offers or counter offers for the purchase or sale of real or personal property, ladder truck.
A motion and a second, sir.
Motion.
Second?
We need to vote on closing it?
Yep.
Okay.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. All right, we're.
Just 1 minute to reset.
Closed. You want me to read?
We have to come out.
We need to come out of the closed
yeah,
session.
sorry.
And then I just need a direction from the closed session.
We just say we come out, right?
No, someone can make a motion.
Yeah,
I make a
that
motion
motion.
to come out of closed session.
Yep.
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. We are out of closed session, back into open session. And
Are we making a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the equipment purchase that we just discussed for $420,000.
and that's including extra equipment we need to buy afterwards.
That's up to.
That's all in.
Up to. All in up to.
Okay,
I'll
need a
second it.
Got it, Dave.
Okay, any more discussion? Oh, wait, no, not really.
I hope not.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. That carries 5-0. And now we are on to item W.
No.
What?
Yes.
Yes.
We are?
Yes.
We are.
Mayor, members of council, the closed session was requested to be opened by the individual. This was notified to the council on Friday. There's been no changes to that as of right now. So we are currently in open session for item W. I will invite up our Abdo HR partner so that they can address any questions if they have any, and we will move forward from there. At this point, what we are looking at is allegations regarding essential job requirements for the employee Scott Shelby. So take it away.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members. I'm happy to answer any questions. The discussion here tonight is related to whether or not firefighter Shelby meets the essential requirements of the job and is able to continue in the role of the paid on-call firefighter.
I've got one question for the attorney on this. Can we actually even talk about it?
Mayor, council, state law allows the individual that's the subject of the closed meeting to ask or request that the meeting be open, and the individual has asked for it.
Yeah.
Keep in mind that because we're in open session, we're still subject to the Data Practices Act and all the other federal and state laws that would apply.
So I guess that's my issue, is how do we talk about anything? Because I can't imagine much of this is not covered by data practices or HIPAA. So here we are.
Would it be helpful, Mayor and council members, if I start with what we can talk about? Would that be helpful?
Yes.
And you're right, just to preface this, just to be very clear, there are really clear guidelines about what we can and can't talk to that are appropriate and right. So you're right. So what we can talk about is the information. So in my role as the HR partner as the City of Dayton, anytime there's anything that comes in that would essentially give the city staff reason to believe somebody couldn't meet the essential functions of their job, HR would review what those things are. And so I can tell you that what has been reviewed is, as your HR partner, is that there are certain parts of the essential functions of the job that, based on the records and documentation we reviewed, that Scott Shelby would not be able to meet anymore. I can tell you what those are because that is just about, again, what's in the job description. So I can tell you the things in the job description if that's helpful. And I'm going to read my notes so I can be precise, just because it's almost 11 and my bedtime is 9.
It is 11.
Yeah, so so I don't trust my memory. So particularly, and this is the job description that's on file for the paid on-call firefighter role. So there's a couple of things related to irregular hours and unscheduled shifts that, based on the documentation that's been reviewed, he would no longer be able to meet that requirement. And then particularly being able to work safely under stressful and emotionally charged situations. It's a required qualification of the paid on-call firefighters. So those two things, based on our professional review, no longer, based on the documentation that we reviewed, Mr. Shelby no longer meets those essential requirements for that position.
Could you say more about what you mean by irregular hours or scheduled?
Well, I can tell you what the job description says. The job description says that the ability and willingness to work irregular hours, including nights, weekends, and holidays. I'm not able to, I want to be really thoughtful with the words that I use and honor what needs to be honored and is due that honor. That the documentation we reviewed made it clear that Mr. Shelby was not cleared to work irregular shifts with unscheduled, not a standard schedule.
Okay.
I don't,
I don't know how that makes sense.
Okay, I'm trying to think of a different way I can say it. So it's a requirement of the essential job for the firefighter that you have to be able to work irregular shifts, right? You're not scheduled, you're on call, it's not a standard schedule.
So in other words, you're saying if the fire bell rings at 11:10, he's not fit to do that?
As opposed to 11 o'clock?
It's not about what time those shifts are. It's about the irregular scheduling of the shifts.
I don't know how you come to the conclusion that someone isn't able to do that. Like,
it is not my conclusion. It's the conclusion made in the records that we reviewed. So it's not my personal conclusion to that. All I can do is review the records that were provided to me, and I can review what those say, and then look at the essential functions of the job description. So it's a really good question, Councilmember Henderson, that I'm not making that assessment because I'm not qualified to make what somebody can or can't do. That's not my qualification. So that's the statement that was what we reviewed. And again, I can't really elaborate on what all of those details are, unfortunately, or fortunately as well. But that's not my assessment. That's the assessment that was provided.
And what records are you talking about? Can you be more specific?
I cannot, actually. I apologize. So what I can tell you is that we received documentation as a part of the process that he went through. So there was a fit for duty exam, and again, I don't. What I can tell you is that that's information that's protected by HIPAA, by data practices, and it wouldn't be appropriate for me to comment on it. I apologize.
And maybe you can't answer this.
I will do my best if I can.
Okay. When you are first approved to be a firefighter,
Yes, sir.
you pass all these qualifications.
We pass or test?
He was originally approved to be a firefighter.
He was hired, yes.
So now all of a sudden he's not.
Correct.
Who makes that call as far as, number one, who asks for the fitness test?
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's my main question is, how do we come to the conclusion that firefighter John needs a fitness test?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a good question. It's not one I'm able to specifically answer this evening because the closed session that is open is specifically on the topic of the allegations regarding whether or not he's fit for duty. So it is a good question. I think it's one we could address certainly with the city staff or as a part of a process review, but it's not the topic of this conversation. So I'm not, the closed session agenda meeting is just on the allegations versus the process of how that began. So I apologize for, I can't answer it only because it's not the agenda topic for the closed session.
Mr. Mayor, are we able to speak with Scott since he's present and he's made himself available?
Yep.
I'm just asking,
When we're
will
done
we get
with-
the opportunity to do that?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for?
Well, that doesn't pay to ask him because we don't get an answer. Right.
Would it be helpful if I explained, I'm going to pause, actually, I'm going to back up a little bit, because I think I want to, I apologize, there's limited information that I can, it's not a lack of desire for transparency, it's just the system, so I'm going to pause on what I was going to say.
You know how you feel.
Yeah. Yeah, you live it all more than I do every day, so.
Well, and I've been involved at my own personal job with things like this, and there are things that you just can't share, even though you really would like to, or maybe you don't want to, but whatever. Like,
Yes,
there are certain
there's
things you just can't say.
There's just rules, yeah.
And it's frustrating for all the people outside of the situation.
Yeah.
But it is what it is, so.
All right, anybody else have any questions for?
Yeah, I guess I have to say this generically, because that's where we are, so I'm going to ask, was city policy followed for this process leading to this termination request?
That's a great question, because I wasn't involved in the whole process. So Abdo became the HR partner after the process began, so I can only speak to the part that I was involved in. I can say to the part that I was involved in, yes, the process was followed, but I can't speak before that. So I'm not aware of a specific written policy that actually says what the process is. So I don't know that there was a process to have been followed, but I can't speak to whether or not it was or wasn't.
And it almost, it feels a little bit like a meaningless question, but we're in this weird world where we, can't talk about the things we want to ask. And
Yeah.
so I'm just generically asking, was the process followed?
Yeah. Yes.
So our process is not well-defined. I think that's what the policy updates are trying to address. Okay.
And I do think it'd be beneficial, I do have thoughts that I could share about what policies and processes normally look like on this, just outside of this, because we're so limited to this topic, so, yeah. Good question.
So, Zach, you had mentioned that there were policy problems, or I don't remember exactly what you said, but early on, there were issues with how this happened, and those have been corrected, or something along those lines. I don't remember exactly what you said, but.
Yeah, so Mr. Mayor, members of council, I would say that there was no processes documented, and so that is what is causing, I think, some stress and confusion and frustration and all of the things amongst them all, because there was no process documented, so we were going based off of what we had understood to be the best process. Since that has, implemented, we've obviously worked with HR, and now we have processes in place. Would something different have happened? I would say that I don't know that answer, because having Abdo in place now of the what would happen if that happened, I would look to Abdo to say, tell us what you think we should do. Because I rely heavily on Abdo. I talk to Brenna consistently and constantly.
A lot of quality time.
A lot of quality time, because HR is a very difficult subject.
Yep.
So.
Yeah.
We can't talk about things.
Yeah, we can't talk about
So
Bruno.
hopefully that answered your question, Mayor. If I apologize.
It did, yes.
Yeah. May I offer this insight that one of the things that's really challenging in a situation like this, but is just the truth, is that regardless of if the policy or the process, and like Zach said, there was not a process in place, but however it got here, the city has the data and the information that it has now. And so because of that, that is the requirement to take the action on those things, right? So that we can't, whatever the information that we have and we're aware of. And so we have to just live in that narrow lane of this is what we have. And then certainly processes outside of that could be addressed. So.
Okay. You have more questions?
No, I somewhat disagree with that statement, but that's my personal opinion, to be honest. And I'm going to sit on that one.
Anybody have any more questions?
It doesn't pay to ask them.
Nope.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. All right, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Wasting time.
Yes, and I'll stay. I'm happy to answer follow-up questions if there's any that come in after.
Okay. Scott, you want to come forward? And I'm not sure.
Mr. Mayor, may
I think he can say whatever he wants.
Good. Yeah, if you want to,
say his name.
yeah, your name and address first.
Scott Shelby, 13925, 146th Avenue North, Dayton, Minnesota, 55327.
And if you want, you can go ahead and address some of the questions that our HR has brought up. And we probably have some questions of you.
Okay. Do you want to go first, or you want me to?
You can go first.
Okay, before we start, I just want to make sure that you're authorizing that it's okay that I ask you questions?
Yes.
And you don't feel coerced to share any information that you don't want to share?
No.
You understand that we can review this behind closed doors after you say it out loud and it's out in the open?
Yes.
Because it's a public meeting. And then you understand you have the right to keep whatever you want to private?
Yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure before we start. Thank you, Mr. Shelby.
No problem.
I have a couple of questions for you, just timeline questions, just so I can understand. And again, you don't have to answer any of the questions that I ask you. Is this the first time that you're hearing of the actual specific job requirements that you may or may not be unable to fulfill? Is this the first time you're hearing of them?
I'd say yes, but none of it was very clear from the HR person on that sort of stuff, so, but yes.
Because I've read your evaluation. You provided that to me.
Yes, I did.
From your Fitness for Duty. I've read the entire report.
Yes.
And I think I may have just missed that, or I don't necessarily know if that's not the evaluation that we're talking about. Are you aware of any other evaluations or records that we would have pertaining to
I had
this?
one other evaluation before this with a Min-Fire associate, and that's the other record that you guys should have.
That was provided to the city, to who?
That was only provided to council. The city does not have any record of that.
It's in the evaluation, though, in the Fit for Duty evaluation. That specific from Min-Fire is referenced, and her assessment is referenced in that evaluation.
Which were both given to Gary.
Correct. That's another question. We'll get there.
Okay.
Trying to tread lightly, because although you've given me the ability, I don't want to.
Make sure you chime in if we cross the line. Go ahead.
I sought legal counsel before I
Okay.
did this, or knew what to ask. So we should be okay. And again, you don't have to answer anything, and you're aware of that.
No.
When you were required to take the Fitness for Duty evaluation, do you remember why you were told you had to, or what the stipulations around that were?
I turned in the sheet from Min-Fire, was told that I need to go to another fitness or Fit for Duty evaluation. Went to the Fit for Duty evaluation and was told if I did not release my records, she couldn't do the evaluation, which would cause me to get fired.
And what do you mean your medical records? Can you be more specific?
Medical records from, I'm guessing the past, she asked medical records from therapists and other doctors that I've had, and I think they went back probably 10, 12 years.
Okay.
So past records, nothing current.
Okay. And just so we're clear, it was whether it was implied or said to you, if you didn't release your medical history, you would be terminated.
I did not have a choice. There was nothing that she was going to do unless I released those records to her.
Okay.
She said she couldn't finish my Fit for Duty evaluation.
And you're aware that your Fit for Duty evaluation should be narrowly focused, correct? Just on your job abilities, not your entire medical history or
Yes, that's
behavioral or character pieces?
Yes.
Okay. And then that was given to who?
Gary.
And then the next correspondence you had was with anybody, with the city in general, after the Fitness for Duty evaluation was completed?
I'm not really
It's okay
sure.
if you don't remember.
Yeah,
I'm just
not
asking.
really sure.
Okay. Is there anything else that you wanted to come forward and you wanted us to know before I speak my piece? It's okay if you don't have to say anything, if you don't want to. Okay, so from everything that we've said, I read the report. I've already stated that. I read the report, and nothing in there said anything specific about job requirements or laid any of this out. This is the first that I'm hearing anything about irregular hours or safety under emotionally charged situations. I also want to be clear that fitness for duty evaluations are not supposed to be a barring from employment long-term. It's a snapshot in time. It's also not supposed to be based on your entire medical history or anything other than what is happening in this moment right now that's making it so you were not fit or are fit, whatever the evaluation says. I personally have substantial concern with the way this entire process was handled. I know that you have a workman's comp claim currently.
Yes.
Which is open still as of?
This morning I was in contact with them.
Okay.
I have only received information that the work comp claim, it was denied. I'm unaware of anything being open.
Like I just stated, I spoke with them this morning.
My issue is, and I don't want to overstep, but even with the knowledge of having that min-fire counselor, which is who we sent you to begin with, their diagnosis, if you will, or their thought would constitute a workman's comp claim. I'm trying to be very careful about protecting you and your privacy to your medical. And I understand that you've given me right, but I don't feel right saying it out loud. But what was written in that report would constitute a workman's comp claim. And when we knew the injury had occurred or a potential injury, we had the responsibility to report that and failed to do so. And not only did we fail to do it then, we failed to do it again after council extended your leave and said, this claim needs to be opened. And according to our policies, your supervisor is the one that is responsible for that. There's no question here, I'm just talking now, sorry, Mr. Shelby.
That's the injury report, or?
It's with the League of Minnesota Cities, you file the first report of injury and then they file it with the Department of Labor. And so that's what opens up the workman's comp claim. And we waited 159 days to open up that claim when Minnesota statute says we have 10. The League of Minnesota Cities website says we have 24 hours, but no longer than that. Not only did we not file it when we knew there was potentially an injury, we're not accepting liability, we're saying there's a potential injury, but when it was called out by me in a council meeting and we extended his leave, we still waited 2 months to file that claim. And then when we did file that claim, which I also have a copy of, we gave a 9-word definition or explanation of what the injury was, when it happened, what he was doing, and any sort of treatment he sought out for it. We gave 9 words that gave no information whatsoever. No supervisor report, no self-report, and again, we waited 159 days.
Okay, so that delves into possible workman's comp, but that, I guess.
Could I say one more thing? Because I know we're going to get back to, are you fit or are you not?
Yep.
But under ADA, mental health is protected. And we have to offer reasonable accommodations. And before you tell me that a reasonable accommodation was giving a leave, I disagree wholeheartedly with you. That is an iterative back and forth process of this is what we can accommodate you, what can't we do, and it's a back and forth. Did that occur, Mr. Shelby? Were you given reasonable accommodations with an iterative process back and forth of us saying this is how we can accommodate you and you saying I need this accommodation, us saying we could do this for you? Did that happen?
No, it did not.
I think that the way that this, I don't think, I know, the way that this was handled from the start has done nothing to protect employees' rights, follow state statutes, and I stand by the fact that we are in the wrong. I stand by the fact that we go through with this termination. What we're saying, first of all, is that I don't know where you can't fulfill these came from, but we've already raised legitimate concerns about the legitimacy of the first evaluation. And I believe that I had asked for a second one. I know I'm not the only council member that knew or believed that that's what we were going to do, but instead we doubled down on the first evaluation instead of giving a second one, which was what we should have done. Because again, it is a snapshot in time.
A second fit for duty.
A second fit for duty, correct. And I know, we could pipe up Scott down there, sorry, it's not meant to be mean to you, but I know that both of us believed that that was what was going to happen, and that did not happen. So again, we have mismanaged this from the get-go, and I don't think that terminating Mr. Shelby today is morally, ethically, legally right. I think we're leaving ourselves up to more liability, especially with ADA issues and compliance.
May I offer some insight or a little bit of responses to those questions? Is that appropriate?
Yeah, in a second here. So does anybody else have any questions for Scott?
I don't necessarily have a question. I have a comment. Whether you want to respond to it or not is totally up to you, Scott. You've seen some scenes over a period of time. You asked for some help on this.
Correct.
You were directed to go to Minfire.
Correct.
And from what I understand, that's the wrong outfit to get the fit for duty test.
Correct.
Is what I was told. I don't understand why we even told you to go to the wrong place. And then
He was given a resource. He wasn't told to go there for a fit for duty.
No, I don't think that's what Scott's saying. I think what he's saying is that.
I don't know I don't know what he was given. And who requested you to go to Minfire or get a fit for duty test?
Chief Gary.
I don't know if he is even liable to do such a thing.
It's not in our personnel policy. There's no authorization to request one or require one.
Yeah, that's the whole personnel policy ambiguity.
Right, but just
the
because
way
it's
I'm
not in
looking
the
at this,
Constitution,
and I think there's other issues in our department, I think we have an individual that's being singled out and not treated properly. You go and ask for help. Here, I'm going to kick you to the curb. You go to this class, it's not going to do anything for you. And then after that, I'm going to get rid of you.
Okay, any more questions for Scott? All right, thanks.
Thank you.
You can go.
Thank you.
I also, Mayor and council members, I realize I didn't give you my name in the beginning, so sorry for not. Brenna, you were calling me Brenna from Meadow. So I want to talk to a couple of things that I can and happy to discuss them as much as I can, Stephanie, and I appreciate the honor you're giving the information that you have. So as my understanding, so as Amy said, there was a resource provided to go to Minfire. Minfire, after the last council meeting, when his resignation came through, I think that was in October. Does that sound right? October-ish, when the initial
November.
one? October or November. The direction I received from city staff after that and from that council meeting was, hey, there's not as much where is this organization? Where did it come from? So I did do, on behalf of the city, some research into the organization, interviewed, hey, what is it? What is a fit for duty exam versus a traditional Minfire service? I did actually speak with both Minfire and this other organization that I won't state out loud, just out of protection of information. So Minfire is the most common resource for firefighters for very good reason, because they have a lot of need for it. So it's the most common resource that people go to. We did not ever see the Minfire report never goes to, they don't actually release anything. They only release it for fit for duty exams that come out specifically, and there's that really specific request. So while it's referenced in that report, it's not the full report we've not seen. So again, without being really specific in the report, there is a section in that report that talks specifically about the challenges related to irregular shifts. So there is, it's the very end towards the last paragraph, so it is specifically mentioned in the report. It's not the examiner's role to look at the job descriptions. It's the examiner's role to say, here are the observations and things that I have found, and then it's the employer's role to say, okay, the job description. So I apologize if I didn't explain that well in the beginning. So that information is in there.
Wait, can I ask one? I'm
of
sorry.
course,
Just the reason why you have the the fitness for duty evaluation done is because you have specific essential job duties that you are concerned that the individual cannot perform. So you're telling me that they just do their evaluation and then we figure out how to piece it together on what is essential jobs they can't do after that? That's what I'm hearing you say.
Well, it's because I'm trying to be very particular about what I say, because while he's given you the right to speak about it, I don't have the legal right to speak about it, and nor does the city staff. So I remain under the same data practices and HIPAA rules. I don't have the ability to answer clearly. So,
but in general, you can speak in generalizations, it would be, we would identify what business necessity and what essential job functions we believe the individual is not able to perform.
As the employer, yes.
As the employer, and then we would ask for the evaluation based on that specifically?
No, ma'am. So the Fit for Duty exam is a really very specific, Fit for Duty exam, especially in emergency response positions. It's a very specific type of exam. So it's really, they take that exam and they go through there and they make an assessment. And if you've read the report, you know the final assessment that she's made on there. That's her role, is to make a finding at the very end.
Based on character, not actual job duties.
Well, it's based on and again, I'm not able, I can't answer that question without talking about what the report covers. So I'm not able, I'm just not going to.
I know you can't, but yes. I've read the assessment, and I wholeheartly disagree with the way that evaluation was done.
Yeah, that is broadly, both in Minnesota and in many other states and federally, the Fit for Duty standard is very extensive, not just in this situation. To do a true Fit for Duty exam is intended to look at comprehensively, not just at what one person says. So for example, if I think about going to my own, I have a therapist. If I go to my own therapist and my therapist only knows what I tell her, right? So whatever I tell my therapist, whatever I talk with her about, the only information she has for me is what I choose to tell her or what she helps me talk about and share, right? The Fit for Duty exam is very specifically to say, nope, this is beyond what Brenna is telling me in my personal therapy appointment. I'm going to look at comprehensively, extensively, a large pool of information to make my assessment based on all of that as a trained. And to be a Fit for Duty examiner, there is a process to go through that. They are very different things. So while what I would say is that what the standard for Fit for Duty exam is not a decision that Dayton made or city staff made or any fire department made. That's a standard set that's again across the state, and that's for all emergency personnel, and that process is the same. So I'm not trying to not answer. It's just not set by us, unfortunately.
So using your example, you specifically,
yeah,
the one is really aimed at getting you therapy in your
correct.
example.
MinFire would be a great example of how that works.
And the other one is a measurement tool.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
But what I'm a little confused about is that measurement tool, and they try to pull in as much resources as they can to get the answer. But the measurement tool, it seems to me, if it's Fit for Duty, they got to know what the duty is. So they'd have to look at the job.
So there is, I think, and Amy, were you able to send that email out that the organization sent us about like what goes into a Fit for Duty exam? I think that was in a packet or
an email.
Send an email in the middle of December.
Yes.
And it seems like that should just be a definition that duty means what you do.
Yeah. So Fit for Duty, and again, I'm only telling you what I'm not a Fit for Duty expert, so I just want to be really clear that this is, I've become more expertise because out of a result of the situation. But what I found is that Fit for Duty is really, when we talk about a Fit for Duty exam for an emergency responder, it's very specifically comprehensive about multiple things and is not about necessarily the baby step, the tactical or really in the weeds of each job description. This is about emergency response.
Okay.
And again, I apologize. I'm not trying to be vague. I just need to stay with.
They have a generic model of what an emergency responder does.
Yes.
And you're saying they measure it against that.
Correct, sir. And then our role as the employer is to take what we get, right? And it would be the same as if somebody was in a car accident. If I drove home, I don't want to use an example because I am going to be driving home. Bad example. If I was driving home from Iowa this weekend or this last weekend, and if I got in a car accident and I broke my leg and I couldn't work, and I would go to my employer and say, hey, this is my work restrictions, they would review it and say you can meet the essential functions. Now, I want to answer two things if it's okay, and then I'm happy to discuss them about the accommodation process, and then also why there hasn't been previous statements about whether or not he's fit for the essential functions of the job. That first one is that the city staff, when this first came through, made the decision to give Mr. Shelby the opportunity to resign. So they said, hey, here's the findings that you can resign or termination. And so at the time, I believe Mr. Shelby elected to resign. So there was not a discussion about what that is. So this is the first time a termination notice has come to the city council for Mr. Shelby, which would be the first time that that would be a part of that conversation. You're right on the accommodation process. We do quite a bit of that. But again, the report that was received was not about what the accommodation is. We can only take what that report says. And that report, what would happen in a traditional accommodation process is that somebody would come and say, and I work with lots of clients where somebody might come. I just worked with a client somebody came and said, hey, I have chronic migraines, right? And I have chronic migraines, and here's the information that I have. And so then we say, well, what do you need? What do you need? And for them, they needed these lights turned off, and they needed to have a desk lamp. And when they have a migraine come on, they might need to leave in the middle of the day. Great, can we do that? What are those accommodations? What does that go through? But the accommodation is always started with whatever communication is given from a medical professional or a doctor as required by the ADA. And so what we received did not open that conversation, which is as much as I can say about it. I'm happy to answer questions about that because there is a very specific ADA process and
So just to clarify, Minfire did not do a fit for duty.
They do not do them very explicitly, and I actually spoke with Minfire to confirm it because Minfire's mission is very specific with supporting firefighters, so they don't do that.
Okay.
No, Scott went to Minfire, got cleared to come back for duty, brought the letter back, and then was told you'll take a fitness for duty evaluation. That's how that went.
Who did the fitness for duty examination?
Fall Psychological, which does the fit for duty exams for the state police.
And they have a standard that is set by the state for firefighters.
They have, and I did in the email, there was actually like a prospectus for them, and then there was also, I included what the standard is, what the difference is, what the information is. Yeah. And how that's set by the state, I don't, again, that's out of my area of expertise, so I don't want to speak as an expert, a subject matter expert in that, on what creates that.
Any other questions? Questions? Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I have a statement if we're going to vote, or if we're going to, we don't vote, we have to wait, right?
Well, not really, because we're in an open.
We could just move, Mayor, members of the council, I think we just moved to item X is my assumption. I don't know if we'd have any official action since it wasn't a closed session. I'm going to look to the city attorney though. Or was a closed session that was open to none? Okay, so we just moved to item X. Okay.
I have a statement before you guys proceed.
Yeah, go ahead.
Firefighting is a tough job, and we ask people to see things that you're not meant to see, and to do things that, I don't know why I'm emotional. We put them in situations that us up here can't even imagine, and PTSD or mental health issues in the fire department are not uncommon. And if we went by just saying that the fitness for duty evaluation makes you ineligible to be a firefighter, again, we would be in a world of problems because we've got multiple people on it, more than one, well, there are other people that serve our city that also have those on their record. And so I guess I just want to be really clear that these are, again, a snapshot in time, and it by no means degrades the work that Scott Shelby has put in and the dedication. And I think that the other thing I want to make very clear is that this sets a precedent for everyone after him. We stand very hard on, if you need help, ask for it, but what I've seen through this entire process is that we're totally okay with turning our backs on people when they don't benefit us, by saying that, oh, we didn't have a process and so our employees are not entitled to be treated like human beings and like they matter. And so I can't in good conscience fire somebody for something like this. So, said my piece.
All right, does anybody else have any comments about this item W, the discussion? We can then go on to X to have more discussion.
To have more discussion.
All right. So why don't we, you want to, go ahead.
I guess, a question I have for more process, I had not heard anything about a workman's comp claim. Does this, anything we're discussing here, will that have any implication for that?
I would like to caution council to not discuss the workers' comp claim.
That's a different issue.
Yeah. I just want to clarify that they're totally separate things. There's nothing.
I don't know anything about it. I don't have any comment on it. The item on the agenda is
just this.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't feel like I know anything, so it's hard to make a decision without knowing anything.
Okay, so why don't we move to X? I guess we know there was a return to, what's the term, duty?
Fitness.
Fit for duty evaluation done. We don't know the result of that. HR has seen it. One of us has seen it, but, and it sounds like your opinion is that's a snapshot. I have this nasty cough.
If it's not, then we should review our current situation on the department. If it is a barring from the profession, if that's what we're going to view it as, then we need to review the current department, because we would not be in compliance with our own opinion. I don't know what you want to call it at that point.
I'm not sure what you mean.
Do we know what prompted the need for a fitness for duty review?
We have nothing documented.
So that part makes me uncomfortable.
May I comment on that?
Sure.
Yeah, Mayor, I'm going to defer to our HR professional. I do not want to get any more out deeper.
Yes. There is is this on? Sorry. I sound quiet all of a sudden. There is a document, there's a record, a document in the employee file that would be in his confidential medical file. So again, would not be, that does document what the initial referral was for. So there was a process followed where there was a clear documentation provided to the employee to say this was the reason for the referral. And HR, I did review that, and that would meet my standard for a referral. So there was documentation, but again, that's confidential documentation in the confidential medical employee file.
But there was a triggering event.
Yes, ma'am.
It wasn't just a random go.
No, there was more than one triggering event that caused the notice.
You're looking at me like I'm going to impart some wisdom here. So,
well, we're at a
you had a hell of a nice
we have a
speech
dearth of
before.
wisdom.
This gets so off for me because I'll just say, 30 of my 40-year career, I was in a management role, so I'm certainly familiar with terminations. I always knew why I was doing it. I don't feel like that here. I understand that, that progress has been made in bringing a lot of these processes and policies and things into line so that employees can have a clearer understanding of what's expected of them and what we're going to hold them to and what our process is for doing that. Most of that was not, at least not formally in place for parts of this. I'm uncomfortable because across the 5 of us here, there's at least 4 levels of knowledge of what actually happened or didn't happen. And, because of the way that we're set up, we get to make a determination on somebody that we have no involvement in the management of. I don't think we've ever met before. And I'm just really uncomfortable that we are now to this point in this process, and I don't know how I could go ahead with a vote for termination. I think we've left some big holes in the process. I think it exposes the city to some reprisals from this, and I can't get on board with it. I just can't.
So, we have some other questions that I think we can talk about. If we don't go through with this termination, what happens to Scott?
Can we ask for another evaluation?
Well, maybe that's
I know
I'd
that
be okay with that.
he had some definite concerns about the evaluator. And so could we do a second one? And here, I'm not saying that, Scott, it's not wrong. I'm saying you're fit. I'm not saying you're not. I'm just saying that could we, given that there's been some time, you've been continuous to your therapist and all of that, and there's a real world where he does an evaluation now and it's a different outcome than what it was right after, these, I would say horrific calls, but I don't have another word to call them or to label them as. I think that it's also important to say that there's no immediate operational or financial burden to us having him on leave. He only gets paid if he's on calls. He's not being paid now.
At some point, it needs to be put to bed, but
100% I
don't
agree
disagree
with you. And I guess for me, it's, if that second evaluation came back and Mr. Shelby wasn't fit and what have you, then that is what it is, and that's the end of the road. But I just don't feel right. I think we owe it to him to do the process correctly.
I tend to agree. As I stated before, we have a gentleman, an individual that asked for help, and now we want to kick him to the curb. I just don't see the common sense in that at all. We did have, I know when we extended his leave before, the hope was that he was going to go and get this second evaluation, and apparently it just never materialized. I am not in favor of the termination because I'd be terminating a guy that asked for help.
I'm with Dave in that I don't have a clue. I've never met you before. I have no idea what's going on. I didn't get to evaluate a personnel file. There's all this information I don't know. And I'm getting conflicting information from 2 people who I trust. I trust our HR partner, who tells me one thing, and I trust Stephanie, who tells me another thing, which puts me in an awkward position because I haven't seen it myself. I would say if we could get a second evaluation, and I'm not saying it's, but like if we got a second, it could muddy the waters, but it could also clarify the waters.
It's going to clarify them, I think.
Hopefully it does. Hopefully a second evaluation would clarify the waters.
With a different company.
Yes.
I don't know that I don't know how many people do this, right? Like,
right, yeah, I don't know.
I don't know like how many organizations are available.
I think if Scott's on, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but has expressed being uncomfortable, and if I'm mischaracterizing, please correct me, with that evaluator. And it's not hard to read a couple of reviews and figure out why.
Mayor, members of council, appreciate the conversation tonight. It is extremely difficult to sit here on the sideline and say absolutely nothing.
And not respond.
It is extremely hard for me because I am.
You know more than we do.
I try to be as transparent as possible, and HR is the one spot where you cannot be transparent, which is so frustrating for everybody involved. And so I also want to give and understand, so the council understands why there was the consideration of termination tonight instead of an opportunity for the employee to resign again, as given before, was to give the closed session to the council to be able to have open conversation a little more. It was not to take away any rights that the employee has. It was to give the council the ability to have a conversation, which was then open and then caused the idea should be known as that it was what it was trying to accomplish. But I do hear the council, and I think that if that's the direction of the council, then I would like a motion of a extension of the leave. I know that we talked in November was that you could do a 90-day extension. That's what then I would request the council to do, is a leave of absence extension for 90 days. And then another fit for duty evaluation would be directed by the council. That way it's clear. We left that meeting in November, worked with HR partner, and it sounded like, again, the process was, we just don't know enough, so maybe we just need to get information. If the direction of the council is to get another evaluation, that's no problem. We would utilize an comparable type report, a fit for duty evaluation done by a separate company.
Is that going to be a problem? Are there?
There's other companies, so
Yeah, there are
we
not
would.
a ton of them, but there are some of them, and I can
We
certainly find
would, we have I would recommend using the one we use for our police department. That would be who I would recommend, just because we have had history with him, and the police chief and I have had a conversation about that one, and seems to be like that would be the next step, because it is one we've used in the past.
We used it
So-
for what?
We use it for our police department. So our police department has a separate company that they use in the fire department
For fit for duty?
for fit for duty.
Oh, I thought we
evaluations.
hadn't done any of these.
Well, we use,
Or do
sorry.
you kind of have?
So they
it in
do,
your
they do
policies?
psych evaluations.
Okay.
I believe he does fit for duties, but I will work with our HR
It's a simple-
partners
okay,
to.
I got it.
I will work with our HR partners to do that, so that's what I'm looking for tonight. If the consideration is not gonna happen, which is understood, and that's
Okay.
the motion I would request
everybody
from the
okay with
council at
that?
this point then.
I just have a clarified question. Is it possible, this is more maybe for a lawyer, if we are considering a termination, does that then give us the right to review his personnel file?
Mayor, council, the personnel record is available to supervisors or persons with a reasonable need to know, but there are certain things that aren't in a personnel record.
Okay.
Anything that is medical is not in a personnel record.
Okay.
Has to be, by
Yeah.
federal law, has to be kept separate.
Okay. But is it possible, if I'm in a position to consider someone's termination, does that put me in the right to look at their personnel file?
Personnel, but not the
Personnel,
medical.
Not the medical,
Yep.
okay. Just for future reference, if I'm ever being asked to fire anyone, I have got to see their personnel file before I will say yes or no. And I don't know that there's necessarily anything in this one, but just for future reference. I can't fire someone without knowing anything.
I
You're welcome
agree.
to
I
that.
think that, because of the oddness of the role that we're in, where we don't manage the people, we don't necessarily interact with them at all, and for me, then, if we're going to make this decision, that's our charge, we have to know that there was a fair process in place and that it was followed, and that information comes to us, and that's how I would measure it. Was the process followed? And this is the conclusion that was reached and the recommendation that's being brought forward to us. And in this case, I don't have it, and so I can't go forward with this one.
All right.
I think the suggestion sounds possible to extend the leave and ask for another evaluation, so.
So would that evaluation just be done sometime in the 90 or at the end of the 90?
I'm gonna rely on our HR partner, so.
Yeah, sure.
I think it could happen as soon as you would want. My guidance would be, I think we just start that ball rolling right away. I don't think that there's a, yeah. As long as that's what the city council wants,
Okay.
that's in
I would agree with that.
I don't
but
see a
just
reason to
wanted
hold
make
off
sure
on that.
The HR was in agreement.
I also want to comment that, and I'm not saying it would happen, but conspiracy is all over. This stinks. This smells like a rat from day one. I don't want the other evaluator notified that there's going to be a second evaluation. I want, they don't need to know. They're gone. They're done. The original evaluator.
Okay, you need a motion
I'll make the motion.
to,
Grant
Extend
90 days of
days.
leave
And
and get a
request it.
second evaluation done
From a different person, or
from a
different
different company.
company.
No relation.
Yeah,
No
we used a
contact.
comparable type report was the word that we
Compare-
talked
yes.
about.
As long as it has fit for duty on it.
Yep, it's a comparable type
Yep,
report.
Yep.
okay, I need a second.
Second.
Any more discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
All right, we made
Carries
it
at
before
5 to
midnight.
0, and we are, okay. And if there are no objections, we'll be adjourned. So we're adjourned.
Okay.